Board of Supervisors this morning. Just to let you know, if you going by the agenda, we've got a couple of inserts. One is addition from our tax assessor. The other one is EMCC Dr. Scott Osbrook and some of the trustees from EMCC are with us this morning. He'll introduce those when he come up to speak with us. But that's one that we failed to get on the agenda. As you can see, we've got quite an agenda this morning. So we're going to try to move through it as quickly as we can, but we want to be thorough with it. So at this time, before we get started, I'm going to ask Supervisor Trainer if he will lead us in prayer this morning.
Sure will. Let us pray. Oh God, we come to say thank you. We thank you for this day that you have made, and we're going to rejoice and be glad. We ask for your divine guidance, oh Father, as we consider the business of your people. We thank you for things as well as they are, and we pray, Father, that those that are en route will get here safely. We pray that everything will be done that will be pleasing in your sight, and once our business is over, we ask you to give us traveling grace to go our separate ways, find things in order where they go. We thank you for all these blessings. In Jesus' name we pray. And every heart say amen, amen, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Supervisor Trainer. So next on our agenda, we've got the approval of the September board orders. If everybody's had an opportunity to look those over, can we get a motion?
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Carter, second by Supervisor Trainer.
Can we amend that to a motion to approve with any amendments or corrections that need to be made? Because if I happen to see one, maybe it's just for words, but I would ask for that.
Okay. We'll carry that motion and that second with the suggested amendment by our board attorney. Discussion.
Well, there was one item about starting the RFP. To do the RFP, that we was employing someone to do the RFP for the hospital, but I was thinking that would be to start the process of doing the RFP. Because I'm sure there are a lot of things that are going to be added to it and deleted and things like that. But I was thinking that would read to start the process.
Yes. In our packet, we have an engagement letter. We'll have to approve the engagement letter to start that RFP, just like what you said. But yeah, that's the process. Yeah. But for any clarification, which board, which number is that?
That was
the 19. And we have the hospital.
We have the hospital.
Okay. With those corrections, is there any other discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Next on the agenda, we have our citizens' comment period. This is the time that any citizen can come up and speak to the board for up to 3 minutes.
Supervisor Howard, may I just say, I don't see my name on the agenda. Did you want me to stay? I have some package, or I can come back and I can do it in the second board meeting I'll have at night.
Okay, we'll get you worked in unless you just want to present it at that second board meeting. It's up to you.
It's up to you.
Okay, we'll work you in.
Okay.
We'll get you worked in. Okay, if there's no citizens comment, we'll move on to our next item. Will be Fran Brock from Extension.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Brock.
I come before y'all today to ask permission to open our 4-H position. It will be 100% 4-H, well 90% 4-H. They will be in charge of like the 9 clubs we have, planning livestock shows, planning for horseback, taking kids to Congress and things like that. So that's my main reason for today.
Was it? We have a letter.
Yeah, it's the board order. It just, you would just have to sign it if you agree to us opening the position.
Okay. All right.
That was 16,000. The payment was 16,000.
Yes, yes, sir.
Is that a part-time position?
No, it's a full-time position. We should have stayed paid 30.
Oh,
so,
okay.
yeah. So y'all pay some. I think like on my salary it's 8,000. So y'all pay some of our salary and then state pay.
That's a position
Yeah.
that's already happened.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking.
Right.
It is. Our previous 4-H, he went to work for NRCS. So, yeah.
Need a motion?
Motion for approval.
Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Little. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
So, if y'all know anybody who wants to work with kids, let us know. But I also wanted to let y'all know that on November the 4th, after y'all's board meeting, we will be having our accountability luncheon to thank y'all for sponsoring or for budget, helping us out or whatever. So, you will receive a formal letter, but I just wanted to mention it today, so y'all can just go ahead and put it in y'all calendar. But it will be after the board meeting, so usually around 12 o'clock or whatever. Okay? Thank y'all.
Thank you very much.
Can you just
Okay, next on the agenda will be one of those insertions. If it pleases the board, we'll go ahead and call up, Dr. Scott Osbrook from the EMCC.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. I want to thank the October County Board of Supervisors for your support of East Mississippi Community College. It's amazing some of the things going on in Mississippi, from the economic development and what's happening in K-12 education. But one thing we know for a fact, that Mississippi's always had the top system with community colleges in the United States of America. And I like to think that EMCC is number 1 out of the 15 community colleges. And the reason that is because of the strong support that we have from our supervisors. So I want to thank October County for your strong support, historical support, many, many, many decades. You supported EMCC, and I want to thank you for that. Miss Lisa Wynn is with me today. You're one of your trustees that supports EMCC and governs our college, doing a great job. We've been pleased to have Miss Wynn aboard. Dr. Owen said he was going to come, but he must have had something to come up this morning. So thank you for your appointments to our board. I think if we look through our numbers, it tells us a good story about what's going on from an October County standpoint at EMCC. We have strong enrollment at EMCC from October County. If you take a look at this little graph I gave you, a little chart, we have 459 full-time students. This is last school year. 459 full-time students from October. We had 168 dual enrollment students. Dual enrollment's an area that's been growing. Students can take advantage of getting some college credit while they're in high school, getting an early start. We have really strong numbers from October County in our dual enrollment program. 100% of the students that come out of October County schools are eligible for some sort of tuition assistance or scholarships. In fact, we awarded, and you think about the millage you grant to EMCC to support the college, we give back $1,840,178 in tuition aid to students. That's money to students from October County. 1.8 million goes back. So you think about the money you give, it comes back probably at about a 2-to-1 rate from what you supply millage. So those students are we're trying to keep their debt down. We're trying to keep the cost of attendance low. We want students to either, when they go to work or if they go on to the next step in Mississippi State or wherever they're going, they leave us with very little debt, if any at all. And that's our goal, is to keep our costs down. Couldn't do it without the millage that you support us. We had 134 graduates from October County this past school year. 96,000 in workforce funds went to participants in workforce programs. Another tuition assistance in the form of non-credit to take programs at the community, mostly at the community, to advance their workforce skills. We had 191 non-credit participants that went through different training programs, and again, that's going to primarily be at the community. 105 of those received WIOA services, which also helped with our allied health and nursing programs. We had 7 training programs with different companies in October County, and 49 of our employees, 49 of our full-time employees reside in October County. So, just a snapshot of these numbers of the stats from October. Any questions about this? Strong numbers from October.
I'm gonna give him East Mississippi, whenever I've had a question or a prompt on it, and you know the one I'm talking about right now, I've had a young man that needed some help getting in school, didn't know quite what to do. I've made one phone call, and that young man is now at East Mississippi, and this is changing lives. So I just wanted to let y'all know what kind of an impact that they have, and the people they have. That's the you can call whatever you want to a school, but it's the people that make it work. And I just wanted to show my appreciation, because I really did appreciate it.
Well, it is changing lives, and that's what we do. We're there to help students find their path in life, and we're grateful. I told Representative Robertson when he sent that student, I said, send more. We want more. Any of y'all know students that need to get their wind in their sails, send them to MCC, we want them. So, we're grateful to get them, whether they want to do a credit path, non-credit. We're expanding our allied health and nursing operation out there. We've doubled our nursing program at MCC. We know the needs for nurses. We're in the last phase of a 3-phase remodel of some space that was once a manufacturing programs at the Mayhew campus. When we finish phase 3, we'll be up to about 175 nursing seats. So we're growing our nursing program. We're adding some allied health programs. We know how important they are to our local economy. And one thing I like to say about nursing, allied health, all of our programs at the community, and I'm looking at Joe Max Higgins because he was a big part of making the community happen. Those students will come to MCC and get a degree, and statistics show, data shows they will stay here. If you get a 1 or 2 year degree in some technical field, you go to work at the steel mill or wherever, they typically, 80% or more of those students tend to stay in the area that they call home. So they'll stay here, they'll go to work for the hospital or clinic or whatever at the industrial park. They'll build a home here, they'll return the favor in the form of being a tax-paying citizen in our area. So we like to brag about that a lot. We have a really high rate of our students stay in our area and make this home pay back to the community.
Any other questions for Dr. Austin? Not, I'd certainly like to say, how much we appreciate what you do for our kids from Octaville County and the impact that you have on our Golden Triangle area. We certainly do appreciate that.
We appreciate y'all. I want to leave one date with you. We've partnered with Mississippi State. We've had to reschedule this, but November 15th, we're going to do a ribbon cutting. Dr. Keenum will be out at the community university. We're going to do a ribbon cutting on our AIM-UP lab, which is a partnership we have with MSU on an advanced manufacturing, just a state-of-the-art lab. It's really cool. I call it the Disney World of advanced manufacturing. We come out from the university. We're also partnering with them on the advanced composites lab, which has moved into community university. We actually just graduated a group of students that's going to work at Aurora through the composites lab. So we've got a couple of programs at MSU that's moved out to the community universities, adding to our workforce portfolio, if you will, things we can offer. CAVS has also moved in. The Center for Advanced Vehicular Systems is out there doing that. Their training unit is in the community university. So all things workforce development is all under that roof. It's pretty neat. So the 15th we'll be giving some tours. You're welcome to come anytime, but the 15th in particular we'll be doing a ribbon cutting and showing off some of the new toys and programs we got out there.
So appreciate this.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Y'all have a good day.
You do say.
Thank you, Trustee Wynn.
Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Can we get a motion?
So move. Acknowledge that report.
Motion by Supervisor Train, second by Supervisor Little to acknowledge the report from the PMCC. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. A little bit later on, coming up on our agenda, we've got the man, the myth, the legend, sitting in the back, Mr. Joe Max Higgins. That's called a tease in TV land. So we'll be hearing from him here shortly. But next on the agenda, we've got Joseph Murphy from Breland Overlook.
Hey, good morning.
I'm Joseph Murphy. I briefly spoke at the citizens comment period about a month ago about the road situation at Breland Overlook in the Rock Hill area. Since then, the road has been redone, half the subdivision, so I do want to thank Victor Collins and Supervisor Trainer for that. It looks good. I'm the president of the HOA out there, so I'm trying to relay some information back to everybody out there. What's the process? I'm not familiar with chip seal roads, so what's the process with the road as far as, is it a finished product? Is there something else we're going to do to it? And then my second question is, are we going to do the other road in the subdivision as well? So we've done one, I just didn't know if we were going to do the other one. But I did want to thank you for what has been done, and if y'all can enlighten us just on the chip seal road and what all that entails and the process for it. And are there any plans to do Indian Point Road as well?
Well, the process that we use with chip seal is the same road you had before.
Yep.
So it'll be the same surface. Probably be better, but I'm sure some of the methodologies have improved. As far as the other road in the subdivision, you want me to take the same method like I did there? You want me to come in there and grind it up and just leave it open until I get back and fix it? If it's that bad a shape, we need to grind it up right now?
Is that what we did with
The one that we're currently working on? Because see, it had gotten in such bad shape that to go out there and patch it up was throwing money away.
Yeah, right.
And so if the road is so bad that we need to go out there and reclaim it, I'll get it reclaimed, but as far as getting it completed, that's gonna be a different story. Because we don't need to go out there and just keep on putting coal mix and spending thousands and thousands of dollars on coal mix.
Sure.
And not doing anything. Now, the road does need attention, but we got so many others out there that need some attention also. And so we gonna certainly keep it in mind and try to do what we can, but that road project was really prolonged a little longer than what we would like for it to happen in. But of course, there were some things came up that were beyond our control. But I'm certainly thankful we got it completed, and I think you ought to be satisfied with that road. But at the same time, we're gonna have to keep Indian Point in mind and try to see somehow or another we can work it in. But if it gets to the point where it gets so bad, to where it's just potholed up and just dangerous, my suggestion would be to come in and reclaim it, turn it back to gravel, keep it maintained with the motor grader until we can come in there complete.
When you say completed, what's the last step as far as when you say completed?
Chip seal.
Okay.
Yep, come in there, put the cement in it and chip seal.
Is there a, Victor, is it a three-step process and they're doing 2 layers and then coming back in the spring and doing a 3rd layer, or is it
Yeah,
what's down there now is done?
We're gonna come back and do what they call fine lift on it, which will be 89 rock but we're gonna let it go and it needs to react. What's there, it's gonna have to react. The asphalt needs to react. So it's gonna take some really good hot weather to make that react. Once that reacts, then we'll come in and put the 89 seal on back on top of it, and then that'll give you the finished product, and it'll have a good smooth ride to it behind that.
Is that like a spring deal?
Well, no, it's a summer deal, because that material, the reason y'all thought it was hot mix is because it has to lay there, and the sun has got to pull that asphalt into the rock. And once that happens, then you can come in and do that 89. If you don't give it a chance to pull it into the rock, it doesn't do its way.
Okay, so that'll be like the next summer.
Yeah, it'll be like a summer deal. Okay. But as it goes along, the asphalt will start pulling into it, and it's gonna smooth out even more as the car is driving.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. To answer your question, no, I would rather not just gravel it up. I'd like to keep what's there. But the reason why I asked was because we originally redid Breedland's Overlook. There's 2 roads in that subdivision. Originally redid Breedland's Overlook because it all needed to be redone, right? And if that needed to be redone, I just figured the whole subdivision needed to be redone. So I was just curious. I was asking about that because some of the landlords on that side are asking me.
Well, you're right, it does need to be done.
Okay.
Along with all the other 500 something miles we got. Well, I didn't be back off there, not all of them in bad shape, but we got quite a few of them that are in bad shape. And so we're trying to stretch it. And not only that, but even the main Rock Hill Road needs some attention. So you see where I'm coming from. So we're trying to just stretch it around the best way we can and trying to do what we can just throughout the whole county, because we got the same issues throughout the whole county.
Sure.
But now, if there's some other unique way that those homeowners want to partner with the county and maybe come up with some kind of public-private approach to it, to where you all can help shoulder some of the costs and get it done, I think we would consider it. And I don't know whether you're in a position to speak for the homeowners association.
Well, I'm in a position to tell you how much money we paid in taxes out there.
Right.
I paid $50,000 alone, my money.
Mm-hmm.
So in the past 2 years that the road has been messed up, I paid $100,000 in taxes. So for us to bear that cost, no, sir. We don't want to do that. But
Well,
we do.
the amount of money you pay in taxes,
We do want to
and
fix.
other people in the county pay taxes too.
I understand that.
And so so that's what you have to consider.
I
We're
understand.
trying to look out for everybody in the county. And a tax dollar to anybody is a tax dollar to them. So I understand where you're coming from, but we got limited resources and we got limited opportunity to do things. And so we're gonna definitely keep that road in mind, and when opportunity comes, we're gonna try to deal with it. Because right now, we got some bridges out in the county, and we got some other places that's growing, and other things we're dealing with, that we're trying to see if we can deal with it all at the same time.
So do we have a time frame on the Indian
Be
Point?
patient and pray. You remember when I told you that?
I know.
Be patient and pray.
Several times.
Be patient and pray, that's what I do, and it works out.
Sure, but thank you for the Breedland's Overlook being done, but I drove down here to tell y'all thank you, and then get some of those answers questions.
We appreciate it. We're gonna keep y'all in mind, but like I said, people watching this screen here, I've been on the board for 24 years. I've been some after me for 24 years trying to get their road improved. And we can't do that. And they paid a substantial amount of tax. And they let me know that every time they call me.
24 years you've been trying to get that road done?
All the roads in the county, I've been trying to get them for 24 years. And I know somebody say you crazy, cause it ain't gonna never happen. Well, it may not happen, but we're gonna be doggone better when I leave this board than when I got on here.
Sounds good. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. That's what I had to say. And I'll be sure to relay that back to the, landlords out there at, Ridge Lakes.
We appreciate you.
Yes,
Have a
sir.
great day. Thank you,
All
sir.
right.
Thank you, Mr. I'll say we also spoke, kind of getting into this business, realizing how far behind, well, not the county far behind, just the limited resources we have. I talked with a couple of aldermen, you start noticing like I want everybody to ride through Long Meadow subdivision in the next week or two. It looks like a brand new road, but it's not. Sandra Sistrunk, Alderman Sistrunk, send me some stuff on pavement preservation. If we catch some of these roads before they deteriorate too much, I want to sit down with you in the next week or two, Mr. Collins, because they're doing some really, we talked about this Friday when we were riding around. It's critical to if you can catch a road before they deteriorate too much, he's saying, it's kind of a thin seal and a micro scrub, and you know more about it than I did. So.
Like I said, we do a slurry seal, and Supervisor Howard has done it, and it works out good on the road. But like I said, it's got to be a candidate for slurry seal, and Supervisor Howard can tell you that. If it's too far gone, slurry seal won't work. But if it's in that, and one of them we did go into, and I told you that this was a candidate for it is a real good candidate for it. Yeah. And that would prolong that road. It would give it probably life for another 10, 15 years. And the condition it's in right now, if it was caught at this early stage, it would be a good candidate.
I'm gonna get the board some more information just from her and what the city's done on some things to make the dollar stretch, because I know we're doing that. Anyway, so any option we have. I know out there too the soil's a little different. I didn't know there's 4 or 5 different soil types in the county. So you have that, I guess it's limes, heavy lime out there, and the breaking that it does. I guess, is this Ridge Lakes?
It is. It's
Yeah.
Ridge Lake subdivision.
We used to have a house to the left, up on a hill.
Well, and it's
Yeah.
the hills out there.
It's that soil, I mean, there's some very diverse soils in Occupaw County.
Yeah.
Interesting, but I promise I can agree with him, we're doing the best we can do,
Yeah.
is what we can do.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate y'all redoing that road that y'all did thus far. So,
Thank you.
thank y'all.
Appreciate you coming.
Thank you very much. We'll get a motion to
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Train, second by Supervisor Little. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, unanimously. I think because it seems as if we might have some lengthy discussions coming up on the agenda, if the board don't mind, can we move, Ms. Benson, because I think hers is very short, and we move, Ms. Hobson, and Mr. Joe Mack. So, Ms. Hobson, we're gonna start with you first, because I think yours is very short, very short.
Well, I surprised you at this time.
Is it not short?
No, it's short, by the time I start talking, but I put a lot of, things in there like you had asked me to. Okay, I'm gonna pass these out. How's everyone doing?
Doing great.
Good. And, as you can see, Supervisor Howard, we do need that printer. And I called, and I was there at 6:30 this morning, and the printer once it gets hot, it just breaks. It gets everything out of order and all of that stuff. So I called Tim, just like you asked, and he hasn't got back with me to give us an estimate on the color and a new printer.
Okay.
And with that said, I'll go over what we did today, in the past quarter. And as you can see, all the calls and interruptions, and I had a lot of interruptions today from people, because I'm right there on Main Street, and then I was here at 6:30 to get this all done. And they're looking for where they vote, so they come to my office, they see someone in my office and they want to come in, so that was what was going on. Anyhow, let's go into outreach activities, because y'all can all look at the interviews and phone calls. Okay, the first one is the Webster County Fair that was held in I represented Octave Hall there, and, that was, in, Webster, in Cora. And we're gonna do one, here, but we're gonna wait till 2025. We're already starting plans for it. And it's gonna be, this one was large, I mean, big, like schoolrooms. And, we're gonna try to get the sportsplex and have a big resource fair and bring some people in it. Ms. Trainer, your, work that you're doing with agriculture and everything, I'm gonna invite some of those people if you think it's okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And so anyhow, I went to that, and that was, nice. Then we had the certification training, to keep my license, that was on the week of the 22nd. And, let's see, Count Shelby. So I passed that, and I passed all of them. And then we had, there was a, PACT resources, they've added some more resources to the, new resources for, PACT Act. They're adding stuff that, new. Yeah, I'm almost there for monthly now. So, I wanted to get all the information on that, the screenings, I want to see how many screenings they've been doing, and where's the best place to get the, one place to get overall, because some of them you do by just asking questions, and some of them take blood and, urine and all that. So, let's see, the not university, the Mississippi Medical Center in Jackson will take, is the best, it can do everything. They can also give the veteran their ID, because they don't have a picture on it. Okay, and next, what do I have? Oh, I've been doing some Zoom meetings with the agriculture of the ranch. And, you can see those, and I have put in here where I got my attendance. They've, completed it for the ones that I did attend. And I do want to make known that I have a link, and the link, you can go to that link and you can get the charts. I also have quite a few charts from this last one, which was the one in September the 30th, the business reboot, which was really good. And I have half of the charts, and they'll be on there with the presenter's name, like a page like this. And I'm gonna get the other ones. She said she was gonna send them to me this week. So I'll have that. If you wanna see those, I'll just send all of them to you. And, let's see. What else have we got? Okay, that's more about, the agriculture and how to get your small business certification for veterans. Got that, and that's the first step. Okay, and that, over the weekend, Kayla called me, KMG Creations, and she wanted me to put, about the, Veteran Day Parade that she's hosting on Saturday, November the 9th, and the Resource Fair. So that's included in here, and if you wanna add anything to it, she's got attendance forms. And then, I met, some about time back with, this Mississippi Disabled Outreach, Program Specialist at Lynn Job Center. We haven't had a veteran specialist there in quite a while, and she seems like very much cares about what's going on in the veteran world, and she'll help our veterans, find jobs. But she was very good. I'm gonna have her come to the Iowa Source Fair here at Sports Play. Take the glasses off now. Okay, we're still continuing that meeting with, once a month. We're not gonna do any more. It's almost the end of the year for 2024. They'll start again. And also enclosed, which I do not have, because the printer kinda tore it up, so I gotta get back and I will get this to you. The new information on the car tax. It's basically what you've seen before. They need to call the 800 number, 827, that's the federal VA. You have to get yearly, letter from the federal VA stating what their, what percentage they are, because it can change from year to year. And this is all, information on it, and I will be handing you out, the, 2 pages that were supposed to be on who they are, and I'll be getting that to you. Are there any questions?
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for all that you do for our veterans.
Thank you, sir.
Motion to acknowledge the report. Motion by Supervisor Carver, second by Supervisor Williams. Any discussion?
Well, I do have one. The PAC Act is a lot of great opportunities for many people.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering how many are actually taking advantage of that and how many are you, can you say that you are assisting them through that process?
Everyone I see, every veteran, we, have a packet, he qualifies, depending on which, location he was in, for a PAC Act or Terra Act. Terra is, toxic risk, environmental, what you're working around your environment. So they can't be, classified as PAC Act with the presumptives that are in PAC Act. We can always use Terra, T-E-R-A. If you want more information, I'll be happy to give it to you. And I'll send it to you wherever, and we wanna put that down as, you know, that's the next step. You can't find anything else, cause somewhere, if they were in those wars, they were exposed to some hazards. And their working environment, they don't, asbestos or something like that, could be anything. I'm getting a lot of asbestos withdrawal on all Navy ships. So that's getting, I'm getting a lot of, claims for that. Well, before I had. So they, answer your question, they're taking advantage, veterans are taking advantage, the word is out.
Thank
Any
you.
more?
Thank you. So the issue with the copy machine, what is it? You just, copy machine?
Well, she spoke to me, I told her just go ahead and get some quotes on it, and, present it to us, yeah.
And, cause we've worked with it before, this is the third time it has this, that you can't even get off.
I think Tim was supposed to come and get you some quotes.
Right, and I'll let you know about that, okay, he's supposed to get back with me.
But that should be a requisition, just send the requisition to the purchasing session, please.
Okay, and once he gets it to me, and I'll bring it to you, and just see what you think about the call.
And I was wondering if she got one that was a copy and the scanner and everything, so a lot of this stuff, like, you know, she could scan in one time and just email it to us, that way we wouldn't have to print it
Yes,
all
I'm
out.
doing that.
You know, and bring it, you know, we'd have it before the meeting.
And, this one is a little, as now, the ones we have now, it's stopping during the scanning, so that's, and it's stopping during the copying, cause it gets hot, I guess, once you have to do 5, and so it stops scanning at times. So, I'll make sure the other one is better with the color and everything for it, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, nice to see you all.
All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Phyllis? And Mr. Joe Mack, you'll get ready.
Do you wanna go back, you wanna go first? Okay.
Ladies first.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Your ARC grant for North Star Industrial Park included several activities, the first of which was the clearing and grubbing, and that portion of the grant is complete. However, there's, we got really good bids, there's some money left, there's some more activities to be covered. However, your contract with the Mississippi Development Authority has expired, so we need to request an extension. So, I have a letter
You need a motion for extension request
I
for
did. For the ARC grant.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Carver, second by Supervisor Trainer for the extension of the ARC grant. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
That's your copy. Oh, wait, no, that's my copy, what Mr. Williams has is,
Need a signature for that?
it's for, one is for y'all.
Need a signature.
A scanned copy? Okay. Glad to.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Phillips.
Thank you.
Mr. Joe Mack, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, how are y'all?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
I am filling in for Zach Foster this morning on, he had a conflict on, bids that we took at, North Star for 200,000 square foot pad.
Just grubbing or just pad installation?
No, it's when you turn, taking the Louisville exit, that part you see that's been cleared on the right-hand side, we cut the trees off, the grant that Phyllis is talking about, we cut the trees off and we cut the hill down. There is a 200,000 square foot pad to be built there. This will cut it down even further, rock it, 200,000 square foot ready to build on.
This you come down the T to the left, go up the hill that.
Visible from Highway 82 when you make the sweep. But we got another grant, the grant that Phyllis is talking about, and we've got another grant from the governor's office. That's the one y'all agreed to match the last time y'all in the city still had money in your bonds. The bids came in under cost, and Zach can't be here, and he just wanted to, I think y'all got the certified bid tab, a recommendation to award the contract to Burns Construction in the amount of $1,406,313.53. Out of $1.406 million.
Can I say something?
Yes.
There were 17 bid holders or plan holders out there, 9 bidders.
Yeah.
There was a lot of interest
And
in this project.
better than that, well, not better than that, but your second bidder was, for you scorekeepers, about $100,000 more than the low bidder. The third bidder was about $250,000, and the fourth bidder was about $300,000. So you had 4 bidders, low to high, within $300,000. Now the highs got high. I mean, they got, 2 point. The next, gosh, one submitted an irregular bid, but the highest one was 5.8 versus 1.4. You wonder if they're looking at the same job.
That's it.
Yeah.
Is that like lowest and best? If you only talk about 100,000, I know some work has already been done out there by the other company. I'm just saying, is this what y'all think is the best bid?
Yeah.
1.4?
Yeah, Zach and I talked, and it's with the expedited schedule. You remember the last time I was here, I told you we had somebody come and look at that site. They did, and we thought we had a real good chance of winning the deal. And they said, we want to go vertical in October. And it's October right now, we didn't do the dirt work. So, the expedited bid said 180 days instead of 275.
We got that.
Yeah. 180 days instead of 275. We just like, if we got the money, we just think it's get the product out there as quick as we can.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Carl, second by Supervisor Trainer. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
All right.
Ready to rock and roll?
Thank y'all.
Move approval for what? I'm making
For
sure.
accepting the bid,
Accepting the bid.
Accepting those bids.
And there was
Bond construction.
I'm sorry, Rob.
No, you're good, but just trying to keep us on track.
how do you want the word exactly? Attorney Roberts? Is that just accepting of the lowest bid, is that
Yeah,
sufficient?
yeah, the lowest and best, and I want
Lowest and
to
best.
really focus on this and best, and I'm
Yeah.
sure that they're looking at that as well.
That's why I was asking about the price difference on that type of job, 100,000 is not that much. So.
Just because they're the lowest don't mean they're the best, so we just need to keep.
But I mean, the quality of the top 3, I obviously know are sufficient in what they can do, so.
Well, we got good people looking at it, and I know you know
Yeah.
a lot about that as well.
The low bidder for everybody was Burns. And I think they do a lot of work in October.
He wouldn't know what this, he was the best bidder.
Best bidder, but because of the time schedule, yeah, because of the time schedule.
Okay, so we got what we need?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see y'all. Thank y'all.
Okay, now we're back on schedule with our agenda. Next on the agenda, we've got Ms. Marquise Smith. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
Fine, how are you this morning?
Good. I have a piece of, my father had a piece of property, I don't.
Have a seat if you don't mind.
Okay. Had a piece of property on, Bluefield Blue Cut Road. The road was, blacktop some years ago, and the fence was never replaced around the property. And I'm just here to try to get that taken care of.
Bluefield, Blue Cut Road.
Yes.
Do you have any idea what year that road was?
I have, not this slide.
It was during the car clarity time limit. And, I like to say this, I was one of the one that worked on that road.
This is our road manager.
Yeah, I was one of the one that worked on that road. We did not take that fence down. It was another fence on that road. We did not disturb it. He only used what was there on that road. And I got pictures of it. If I'd have known you was coming, I would have them ready. But the wire fence, the tree that the wire fence was in, they are still there. The wire is still in the tree.
Okay.
And I specifically know, we also put a big metal cover on that road, but we never touched the wire fence.
You put a big what?
Metal cover right in that same area. It's a big steel pipe that goes under the road.
At the creek?
Yeah. But see, we never touched that. We didn't have authorization to take that fence down because at the time, no one signed an easement to take it down.
Correct. Well, so what year did you do that?
Ma'am, it's been probably over 20-something years ago. But yeah, it's been over 20 years ago.
This is my 7th term. Carl was on the board when I came, so Carl been on the board 20 years.
Yeah, it's been over 20 years
See,
ago.
when I came, he served one term when I came. I'm in my 5th term, so it's been a long time.
So, how can I get the pictures of when you went
Well,
out there?
I've got them, and I can go with you out there and show you the fence,
If you
the
push
old fence line. See, if we had taken it down and moved it, took them down, we would have taken the trees down that had the wire in it. But the trees that had the wire in it is still standing there, and they on the back of the bank. My assistant and I both went out there and looked at it. And they are still there.
Can
And
you
I
go?
can take you right down the road and show you another fence that we didn't have authorization to take down, and it's still standing there.
Is it possible that you can go with me today?
Yes, after the board
After
meeting,
the meeting?
I can go out there with you.
I appreciate it. That's all I have.
Okay,
Thank you,
all right.
Mr. Appreciate
Thank
you
you so
coming.
much.
Thank you.
I said, no Carl on the board 16 yet. Kevin John served 16 years.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have, Mary Watkins, Path Group. Good morning.
That's rude. I believe that was coming last time, it was Hurricane Day, and so.
Okay.
Had to reschedule.
Listen, can I back up just a second? I jumped over Miss Patsy Mosley.
Go ahead, you pass these down, I'll get out the way.
Okay, then we'll call you right back up. Then we'll call you right back up. I apologize, man. Is she here? Okay, well, you good.
You mean
I didn't know if that's,
you mean
come
be
on back.
Patsy?
Come on back.
I don't know nothing about taxes. They make me pay them every year. How's everybody doing? Good. Good to see y'all. We're gonna keep this short and brief. Rudy Watkins from Pat. Good to see everybody. Recall several months ago we asked for the bills to what we like to call kicking the tires to see how you guys are doing from an energy operations standpoint on your buildings. And so we've done that today, and want to give you guys a report on that and talk about kind of what your opportunities are and what's next if this is in interest. Cool. All right, let's go to the slide that says energy saving solutions. Right, this one right here. It's the second page. So it's actually page 3. I'm sorry.
Did you have the number?
I did. All right, so the goal of our utility analysis, again, you need one more? Yeah. Perfect. The goal of this was to figure out, hey, where are some opportunities to lower your utility costs, right, and reinvest those back into your buildings. From our analysis, looking at your utility bills in those facilities, we figured out that the jail, the courthouse, and the elections buildings are really your best opportunities based on the plan. And I'm going to show you what that looks like. A lot of that is around your HVAC systems, your lighting, and your envelope for your buildings. And so if you get to the next slide, which is really the meat and potatoes of kind of what we came here to look at, this is our utility analysis of those buildings, right? And so if you see the buildings that are highlighted in green, and you scroll over to that dollar per square foot at $1.47, that's your overall dollar per square foot across your hundreds of odd thousand square feet of buildings that the county owns and operates. And so the ones that are highlighted, the old jail building, 235,
Chancery Courthouse at $1.63, and obviously the jail at $2.23 are the ones we want to focus on. That's where because those are from $1 per square foot higher, we know that there's opportunity. And I will say, from an overall
So we
standpoint,
messed up right there, it's $1.47 and 111,000.
Yep.
These green bars are just telling us that these are high energy loss areas.
they're higher energy usage areas. Correct. So if you look at the other buildings that are operating at, 44 cents, the county offices, I tend to find that that's probably a bad data point. Okay? The data's not gonna be perfect because it is at such a high level right now. And some of these are really, really low. And so you guys are doing well. The $1.13 at the public service building, the $1.09 at the circuit court building is really good. And so, do we need to do anything there? No. We need to focus on the buildings that have a higher usage. So you guys, just as a data point for the supervisor, you spend about $160,000 a year on new utilities, okay, your electric, gas, and water. It may be higher than that based on how good or bad the data was that we received. But from just a general data standpoint, that's where your utilities are from an annual standpoint. Okay, so what's the opportunity? So if you look down at the slide 5, key takeaways, obviously the areas where we would focus on are your HVAC, right? The things that are not fun to pay for, but everybody needs in the summertime. Your HVAC controls, your lighting, all the things that help consume utilities across your buildings. And we're thinking anywhere from $24,000 to $32,000 a year in annual savings for a potential project. Now, on its surface, that probably doesn't seem like a lot, right? Over the next 20 years, freeing up $35,000 a year, you do that over 20 years, that's significant over the course of time, right? But the other benefit of engaging in this process is the control that the board has. So going through your buildings, figuring out where we can create efficiencies, right, and also solve problems, whether it's comfort, whether it's long-term maintenance, whether it's something that's just not working correctly. This process gives the board more control over those repair and renovations projects, just by the way that the process works, right? You go for an RFQ, hopefully you hire us, you get several respondents. Only those that have been approved by the Mississippi Development Authority have to be approved by the MDU. And then from there, you guys just tell us what you need, right? Hey, this building is giving us problems. This one, the lighting's not working well. This one's got a roof. We look at all of those and bring you what it costs and what it saves, and then from there, figure out from a financial standpoint in 2024, 2025, which are the ones that are the hottest fires that we need to tackle now. For the rest of them, they're going to sit on the shelf for the next couple of years. And so you guys are ready from a finance standpoint or a fund standpoint to tackle those. And so we like to call ourselves a four-man's capital plan, right? Where I've identified all the things that you need to do, okay, that you don't necessarily want to do, and we figure out a way to, in tandem, go tackle them with the energy savings that we help generate. They're not going to always pay for these projects, right? They don't necessarily always have a 100% ROI, but it is a unique way to tackle your deferred maintenance, which you guys are going to have to do whether I'm sitting here or someone else is sitting here, right? And then the other thing that's different about us, I think I explained this last time, we're a no change order contractor, right? So let's say we came in and we said, hey, you need to replace your chiller at X, Y, Z building, you need to do this project over here to replace your lighting. If I tell you it's going to cost $500, it costs $520, I'm going to take care of that $20 because that's going to cost you $500. So we're trying to change the way that construction is done by measuring twice and cutting once, for lack of a cliche. But that's just kind of the way we operate in this line of business. So I know this is a lot of information. You guys are probably going to need some time to digest on it. But that next step in the process is do an RFQ for us to work together to figure out what those projects look like, and then understand from an annual budget standpoint. This would be not until next year's budget that we would be even considering this, what it is that you guys need to tackle.
I wanted to ask, like, I know, we had, figured out a few things we needed to do in places. Do y'all, like, come in and say, all right, I know you say, you need X, Y, Z here, but you actually oversee the project?
Yes, ma'am, we're turnkey. So we're engineer / architect, general contractor, and project management all in one. Right? That's kind of the cool, we like to call the efficiencies across the course of the project, because if our engineering team screws something up and misses something in the scope of work, and our operations and construction team isn't there putting it in, we can't just call another company and say it's your fault, you take care of it. We should just look at ourselves internally. You guys look to us and say, fix it. And that's what we do. And so there's that constant communication and understanding of knowledge that from not only designing it, but also implementing it, that creates a lot of efficiencies and helps the project go on smoother. Does that answer your question?
It does, and I was gonna ask, like what you said, so if you brought us a bid, and you said, or a quote, and it said it's gonna cost us $20,000 to redo the chiller.
Right.
You know, whatever.
I wish I could,
Really-
but keep going.
I know, but it was really $32,000.
Okay.
We're still gonna get that chiller the same
For
way
20.
you quoted,
For-
except we're only gonna pay $20,000.
That's correct. So it's construction, right? We deal, the good news is for you guys, and you're not unique in this case, you have a lot of existing buildings that you are responsible for taking care of, right? So are a lot of other counties and school districts and cities and community colleges, like Dr. Alsobrooks in the state. And so we've got to figure out a way that once we get into a project, there's gonna be things that we don't account for, right? Or that surprises. Well, instead of sending a change order for that $50,000, whatever it is, we just take care of it, right? That's kind of who we are. We're making sure that our reputation and y'all's reputation is taken care of through that process. Dr. also broke through the client or the project with them, so to give y'all some needs.
But that's within boundaries. I'm gonna assume that's within some constraints of what you can't, look, this is an old building. When you start popping the top off one, you're gonna see, I don't want them to think that when you pop the top off the whole building, then all of a sudden they're redoing the whole.
Correct. Yeah, it's very focused. I think of it like this. We're going to bring you the board a buffet of options.
Sorry.
No, that's a great point. One is, hey, you need to replace the HVAC in the building. Second is do the lighting here. Let's do the lighting everywhere because that's a quick ROI. And the last is maybe we can fit it into a budget replacing a roof. Those are all very, very focused. It's not just come to this building and say fix everything. We don't have a blank check, you know. That's a great point. They're very focused on the systems inside buildings, as well as certain areas within the county that are using lots of resources.
I know.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, continue.
Yeah, I would say at its core, when someone asks, what does PAC do? We are design, build, deferred maintenance. And so you guys got a lot of existing buildings. We're gonna figure out a way to lower those utility costs through this process, but also you got deferred maintenance as long as you're armed, whether you like it or not. And so this process gives you more control, as well as has a little bit of return on investment, or quantifies that return on investment.
I know, some of these items that you identified, that we've already, identified and have funding in place.
Yeah.
And sort of waiting on the right time of year to replace, like
Right.
the HVAC systems.
Never a good time to do that.
Yeah, which will definitely cut down on the cost of energy.
For sure.
And I guess some of the other things you're proposing is things like, possibly upgrading to LED lighting.
Yes, sir.
Things like putting automatic on-off switches when somebody's out of the room.
It doesn't need to be 68 degrees in here at 2 a.m. at night,
Yeah.
unless you're having board meetings and working when we're not here.
Things like, so you would come in and you would identify all these and you would give us a quote on what it would cost.
Bring your proposal that says, hey, this is what it costs, okay, it's not gonna exceed that, this is what it's gonna say, and again.
And hopefully we'll be able to make payments by some of the cost savings that we'll.
Some, I would say, we never like to come in and say, hey, these savings are gonna pay for a $3 million project. They're just not. But they're gonna pay for some of it, right? Over the next 15 to 20 years, if you say $300 or $400, $600 grand, $1 million, well, now you're recouping some of that investment over the course of time. Same thing you would do if you just said, hey, we got a bunch of lights that are out, and you replace them, and the county team looks at your bill, and you're like, well, I think it looked down. Well, now you got someone that's walking beside you that's really gonna quantify what that looks like, so that you guys are looking at it from a budget standpoint, you really understand, hey, that investment we made, here's what it returns.
And I always ask this question. If we finance a project for 20 years, how energy efficient is what we're financing?
It's a great point.
In 20 years, will we have to replace what we're financing?
Yeah, that's a great point.
20 years?
So we usually view everything through a 20-year lens because most of the equipment and products that we're putting in last that long, right? Not all of it will, but for the most part, 15 to 20 years is where that stuff sits. My only question to your question would be, what are you going to do if you did a project without us, okay? And you replaced a piece of equipment, 20 years from now, you're still going to have to replace it, right? They hadn't made equipment, HVAC equipment, certain products that are going to stand the test of time longer than 15 to 20 years. It's just the nature of the world we live in, right? Another area that we work in is LED lighting, based street lights. You guys don't have street lights here in the county for the most part. Sartville does, right? So we've had folks say, hey, why would I change all my lights to LED if there's gonna be a better technology? If there's going to, I'm gonna have to replace them in 20 years. Well, you could sit here and continue not to do that and realize those savings, or you could do this now, and you're gonna have to do it anyway, because they're not gonna make the old yellow light bulbs anymore, high pressure sodiums, and so, there's some give and take with that, but it's a great question.
Can we discuss, maintenance as
Yeah,
well? Those
yeah.
maintenance
I would say, today, helping your systems that are existing right now, last a little longer comes with a cost, right? You're replacing a compressor, you've got, certain aspects of your systems, whether it's HVAC or lighting, that you're kind of piecemealing together, right? Doing it one at a time. The efficiency of doing it all at once, right, brings some, not only some economies of scale, okay, but also from a lighting standpoint, it creates some good aesthetics, especially in a high traffic area like this building, as well as we're gonna be installing systems and proposing systems that are gonna be easier to work on, systems that your team likes, right? Throughout this process, if you don't like Train, don't use Train. If you like Siemens, let's use Siemens. If you can't stand this type of, vendor or manufacturer, we don't have to use it. And so let's design a project together that you don't have to call someone from Jackson or Memphis to work on when something goes down. Let's design something that where your team here in the county can at least work on, for the most part, anything that's not totally major, right? That's the goal.
So if they had a problem, they didn't call the manufacturer, call one of our people, they call y'all,
They
and
could.
come in and fix it.
Either, we could do one of two things. We could come up with a preventative maintenance plan together, and we help that on the back end, right? It's good to go buy a Cadillac. If you don't service it, you're gonna still have a broken down Cadillac in a couple of years. The second is we're gonna train them, right? They need to understand that your facilities group needs to understand how to operate these systems. If they're well trained, for the most part, they can troubleshoot it on their own, right? And have someone fix it. If it's something major, obviously we'll come in and help.
And I guess, where does, like, your part come in? Is that a contract we do with y'all, or is it?
Yes, it's.
I mean, or y'all bid on, like, we come up with stuff and say, okay, we'd like to see X, Y, Z,
Yeah,
and
so
y'all.
it's two parts, two contracts. One would be, say you went through the procurement process and we're procured just like attorneys are and engineers on qualifications, right? Let me see your track record, show you where you've had other successes, and that's how we're procured. There's kind of twofold on the contracts. One is we design everything, right? We bring it to you, it's a buffet of options, and you guys say, I want to move forward with this, this, and this. And then we go do them, right? We go perform them on behalf of the county, as your contractor, as your general contractor. And so we're gonna go out and get several quotes from local contractors. Actually, we have our own firm that performs this work as well. And so we're gonna bring you all those and go through that process for you and bring it to you and say, hey, this is what looks the best, and this is how we're gonna perform it. Does that make sense?
So, is there a guaranteed savings?
Yes, sir.
Is there a clause in that that says we can guarantee you these savings, but only if you do all of this?
So each one of those projects will come with it's a line item, right? So it says, we'll say, hey, HVAC at this building costs this much, it saves this much, right? So the board will understand what each one of those projects saves. And yes, sir, we have to guarantee them. So we'll have two contracts. One of essentially a general construction contract that says, hey, here's the scope of work, here's what it costs, here's all the general conditions. And the second one is, hey, on an annual basis, this is what your projects are gonna save, and we'll come back every year to report to this board on what those have saved. And so we have to come back and say, hey, we said we were gonna save $32,000.
We'll do that every year.
Every year, $32,000 a year, we saved 30, can write your check. Or we said we were gonna save $32,000 a year, you saved 35, you guys can get back to 30. That's kinda how this works.
Oh, have y'all been to I say the energy efficiency, or deficiencies in the jail mainly, so two of the top four. Have y'all been to the jail yet?
We have, and so that's kind of the next step is to dive deep, right? This is a 30,000 foot view that we're viewing this through the data we have, and then, our team hasn't necessarily been on
This
campus.
gentleman behind you, Sean Word, he's gonna be over the whole jail system, and then also a guy named
That tracks.
Daryl Fulton, like over all. I would just encourage you, once you get boots on the ground, you're probably gonna be a little older than you thought.
Yeah. That's not you.
No, I'm not, but we've got some older buildings, so I mean, anything we look for long term, I don't think this board has ever been as proactive as this, if you start saving money, it's cheaper than building a new courthouse.
That's right.
But,
That's our goal, is to help your buildings last another 15 to 20 years, okay, just based on the way that they're operating. The second is, we're not just gonna come in here and tell you need a bunch of new stuff, because anybody could do that. Can come off the street and say, you need new stuff, you need a new building, you need a new HVAC system. Have a group come in that views this through just what you guys are tasked with from a financial standpoint on behalf of taxpayer dollars, which is, let's come up with a solution that maybe not as expensive as just buying new stuff, but just tweaking a few things the way it operates to help those buildings go a little bit further.
Well, I think, Daryl's got some good ideas, but I don't think it's ever been really, I don't know, maybe I may be missing, but it doesn't look like we've ever really taken that, put it on a 15 or 20 year plan.
Yeah.
He just knows these systems, and
That's
sometimes
right.
need some work, and this
Yeah.
system here and there, so I've kinda, I think it would be good to get some type of plan as a county, or at least show that we're, you know, we understand, we've gotta maintain what we've got, so.
Yeah, it's hard to continue to operate if you don't know what you got out there. So that's kind of the first step of the process. Is one of the main expenses you have is controlling your buildings, right? Cooling them in the summertime and heating them in the wintertime. First thing we're going to do is go take out the serial numbers off of all of them and let you know in a graph how old all your systems are. Okay? And you're going to be surprised at how old some of them are. And you're like, it's still working? You're like, yeah. They don't make it like they used to.
So you would do an inventory of all of our stuff that we have.
That's right.
Along with serial numbers.
That's
all
right.
nine
So that
yards.
next process we call our investment grade audit. And so we're going to go audit your buildings, really look into what systems you have, how they're operating, how long they are on during the daytime, what kind of lighting systems you have, what kind of roofs, shape your roofs are in, and then bring it back to you guys and say, hey, this is what it looks like. This is what we would suggest. What do you think? What do you want to move forward with?
Is that something that everyone
I would suggest that he work with our maintenance guy.
Oh, we would need to.
Is there a cost for assessment?
So that's kind of the first step, right? You get the procurement, you sign an agreement with us. That first step in the process, yes and no. Let's say it costs, I don't know what it's gonna cost, right? How many square feet you guys have? $20,000 to $30,000 for us to go do that assessment, right? We're actually not gonna charge you that money. We're gonna go do that work and spend our resources and then bring you guys back this, array of options, for projects, right? As long as the county moves forward with one or two of those projects, we're not gonna charge you that fee to do the assessment. It's a part of designing a project, right? Which you would have spent probably 2 or 3 times more with an engineer, a local engineer, because we have engineers in-house. So yes, there is a small, if we move forward and we propose these projects and you guys say, hey, thanks but no thanks, it's a little bit of a cost to recoup the time and resources that we spend. It's a loss leader for us. We don't make any money on it, but it's necessary evil in order to help you guys understand what are the projects. It's a chicken and the egg problem, right? I don't know what it's gonna cost. I don't know what it's gonna save until you hire someone to get there.
The cost and the bid and the quote, would that all be combined? So some people charge to do quotes.
Right.
Put together quotes. So would all of that be assessment and quote?
It would be, think of it as a 2-part. It'd be the assessment, right? But I'm not gonna charge you that until we get to the end. Only if you say no thanks, no thanks. And then the projects, right, would be the quotes or the bids, if you like to call them. And then you guys get to choose which ones you move forward on.
And your fee would be.
It's all part of that.
basically in
Yeah, we charge, it's actually pretty transparent. We charge at the bottom, just like a general contractor. So there's no hidden fees. Like, you guys are gonna see exactly what it costs and exactly what it saves.
I'll say typically in government, you know how it works, it's more reactionary maintenance. If things break, you fix them. So for us to take this step would be preventive maintenance, which is obviously, if we've gotten that point as a county, we can, we're growing. I'm interested, I'm very interested. It's a unique skill set. I would say definitely meet with Darryl, during your assessment time.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's gonna be surprising to all of us if you actually start opening up closets and looking at things and running numbers. So, I'm interested.
Yeah, I would say the next step for the board is to do that RFQ, right? We have templates of those. That's actually pretty low risk, right? You could do that, bring folks in like us, other companies that will respond, and interview them and talk to them, right? Us as well on, hey, how would you tackle this? What are your goals? What are the goals that you want to meet for the county? If you guys don't like what you hear, the only risk that you have is a $15 ad in the local newspaper. You don't have to do anything. But if you continue to think, other than just listening to me, that it's a good idea, then you move forward with the assessment, right?
Have you got any success stories? I mean, comparable to this county?
We do. So our first county we ever did was smaller than you. That's Tate County, Mississippi. Okay. Oldest continuously used courthouse in the state of Mississippi, right there in San Antonio. So we took the savings from doing a lighting controls project and all the other smaller county buildings and reinvested those back into the courthouse, which was in need of major HVAC upgrades. Okay. So a $2.5 million project. And so if it can work for someone small like that, that's going to work for someone like you guys. And we do them at bigger counties. And like I said, we work with Dr. Alsobrooks, who has a ton of square footage. More square footage, economies of scale. You kind of get the picture. We found that counties like Chippewa County need just as much help as Hines County, and Rankin County, and Madison County, and DeSoto. And so that's actually the folks we enjoy working with. Where we can create those efficiencies and some positive financial impact for a project like that.
We're in the middle of an IGA right now, with Jackson County.
Yep.
As well, so.
Big and small.
Yeah.
Do it all. That matters.
Next step for the board would be, to enter into an agreement to do the, assessment analysis.
I would say you go through the procurement, and so what I can do is I can send, the RFQ template, you guys change it, you can tweak it, but to give you some, maybe some relief, you know, big community colleges, universities, other counties and cities have used the same template, right? And so, again, all you're looking for through this process is, hey, other companies like PAP, show me how you've done this and brought value to other counties, other cities, especially Mississippi, right? And we obviously have that track record and we can figure that out.
Make a motion to prepare RFQ.
It's been moved by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little, to move forward with preparing an RFQ for energy analysis. Any discussion?
I do have one.
Go ahead.
Do you have a number yet of how many projects we have to take advantage of before avoiding the cost of the assessment?
Yeah, so.
Is that based on the amount of cost of the project?
It's not.
Or the number of projects?
Our take is we bring value when we deliver on projects, right? When we implement them, when we help you guys realize that. If you guys, as long as you move forward with just one, right? Say it's just a lighting project. Your lighting project is going to be your highest return on investment, right? It's going to pay back in, 8 to 12 years. Okay, that's what we call low hanging fruit. As long as you do something like that, right? That assessment is just rolled into the cost of us designing, right? Yeah, and we have folks. Look, that's what we do well. Is we have folks phase these things. X, Y, and Z county, X, Y, and Z school does not have $5 million to tackle all deferred maintenance this year. Maybe in this year's budget they have 2, and next year they have another 2, and the next year they have another 1. So phasing these is something we do on a regular basis.
And within that IGA process, our engineers are able to prioritize, what, you can say, okay, well, this chiller maybe has 10 more years, and y'all know that. It's in the back of your head that in 10 years, they're probably going to have to find money to do another chiller. So it helps with the planning over the next 10 to 20 years as well.
That's right.
And we'll have basically have the cost of all that stuff, so we can plan ahead.
You will. You'll have turnkey. You'll have. It's a poor man's capital plan, right? You'll know exactly $2024 what it costs to upgrade things at the jail, upgrade things at the courthouse. And if you can't move forward with them today, you'll know in 2 or 3 years, at least a ballpark of what it's going to cost. Hopefully, the cost of construction doesn't continue to do what it's doing.
Yeah, I guess that's my next question, is how long will we have to implement those changes? We don't have to do them.
No, we don't have to do them immediately. You got to figure out the
Do them
funding
over
too.
time.
You can do them over time. You can do them over time.
Give us some ideas.
I would not suggest had someone ask us for, you guys have so many, 10 to 12 buildings that are yours, for the most part, the county owns about 10 to 12 buildings. Doing one building at a time is not a good idea, right? Why? Because you're not going to realize all those savings immediately, right? It's an efficiency, it's us remobilizing, but like on a lighting project, on a major HVAC project, taking one at a time, as funding allows it, it's a great idea. More than anything, thank y'all for letting us do this.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving us the information. And if y'all have any other questions, my contact information is in here. Just don't call me on the weekends. I mean, you can, I just got little ones. That's right. That's right. Cool. Well, thank y'all very much.
We've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor? Motion passes.
You guys have a good rest of your day.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. Okay, next on the agenda, we've got Ingersoll, Eugene Vasili.
Eugene's gonna be on line, he may have got kicked off. We've been having that Zoom open for a long time, and I think it might have been next time. But if you look at your packet, we talked about this opportunity some time ago, as it relates to the Nova Soil opportunity, and I sent you some information as it relates to this project, and we have been in conversation. With him. I know y'all got a chance to actually read through it, but basically what it is, it kind of gives you an idea about the commitment and the expectation and the deliverable as it relates to this project. He should be coming on here pretty quickly. But basically what we've done, we've discovered an opportunity that can help us with road building. If it can have an impact on Mr. Murphy's project that we talked about earlier, as it relates to if this product proves to be a success. Now we sent you all a service level agreement, and I think the county attentively agreed to consider this particular process. I don't know whether the attorney had a chance to look at it and whether he's had any concerns, any issues with that. But it's pretty straightforward as it relates to the purpose and scope of work. Also has the cost in there, responsibilities, and things of that nature. The only change that we want to consider that we consulted with Mr. Collins, and Mr. Collins is suggesting that we do a little preliminary work to Cannon Road. And so what we're going to do, we're wanting to try to delay it just some so we can get the work done, if we can get it done within a reasonable time frame. And then once we get it done, we still want to use this particular methodology on Cannon Road. We seem to think this is going to be something that will really enhance our road building program, provide a better traveling surface that can be used. And what we plan to do this time, unlike previous times where we have used something similar to this, we wanted to perhaps chip seal the road, at the end, and that would give us that long-term viability that we would like to have and a better return on money. So with that being said, I know you have a Zoom link that was up at one time and he didn't get a chance to come on, but if you all have had a chance to look at this, do you all have any questions or comments, concerns, or criticisms that relates to what we're wanting to do with this particular project? We're looking at Cannon Road. Cannon Road is right adjacent to our C shop. We have equipment and other things that there. Of course, a lot of the road building equipment is at C shop and other places because it's mobile county. But we seem to think this is a good candidate. We've been talking to the property owners. We got some that's willing to give up some additional footage to help us to improve some things that would be long-term benefits to the road as far as the drainage and other things that are out there. Quite a few residents that live on that particular road, out there, and it's growing. So we seem to think it'll be a prime candidate. I think it would be a good investment in utilization of county resources, and it'll also be a model that can be used in other parts of the county. But one of the things that's really exciting me about it is that I see how this particular project can be something that can be good for Oktibbeha County and also for the state of Mississippi. And it will begin right here in Oktibbeha County. And so my hope and prayer is that once it takes off with the success that it can have, then we will be the model. We will have the model roads here in Oktibbeha County that will be used for testing. It will be used for evaluation, because as we're going through this, what Nova Soil is going to do, they're going to provide all the testing, they're going to do all the reports, they're going to do the white paper and everything that will have Oktibbeha County credentials associated with it. And once this stuff takes off like it will, then of course I think it'll be a lot of good benefit to Oktibbeha County. We'll just be like other things. We'll be on the cutting edge and doing things outside of the box and really opening the door for the things that happen in Mississippi. So, anybody got any questions on this?
So this will be like the first time this type of, it goes 8 inches into the ground?
Right, they're going to incorporate it 8, but there's a possibility we're going to do a little deeper than 8. Because this is the initial project for Nova Soil. Now we've done some other soil stabilizers. We use soil cement. We've done enzyme. And each one of those methods, even done, not clinker, but the stuff we used to get from the coal mine down here, that we've done with some fly ash. We've done that. And of course we use clay grind with some other things. Each one of them requires a different methodology. So
is it cost saving versus traditional roadway improvements, or just something, is this gonna be more than it costs us now to treat roads, or just less, or?
This is less than soil cement. Yeah, this is gonna be less than soil cement. I think right here.
425 a square yard.
Right, and that's for just this test project. But of course, with economies of scale, we're looking at getting a better project. We're only doing, 4,329 feet.
So you multiply that times 4, you're looking, how much does this total project cost?
Let me see. I think we had figured it was gonna be about $50-something thousand once you actually.
12 times 4.
It's like 53 something.
Once you actually put the pencil on.
So we're just gonna do this, and we're gonna sit on it 6 months a year, and then see how it's holding up in the weather through the winter time?
Basically, but at the same time, we're gonna not only just sit on it, but we're gonna evaluate it, and he's also gonna do the studies and do the tests, because now he's doing a lot of initial, investigation. We're just not going out there just putting it on the product and walking away. We've got soil samples he's evaluating. We're trying to make sure we put this product in the best position it can, so it can be effective out to our camp. And that's why when Victor made his recommendation, we decided to yield, because that's gonna help. I mean, if you correct any drainage issues you got, if you need to widen the road or whatever you need to do, all it's gonna do is make the project better. And that'll be
Is
a
this, time or temperature dependent, man, we gotta get this in by, but.
I don't think it is. This is temperature dependent is the surface. This is not surface. I don't see where this would matter if it was done in the wintertime, as long as it's not freezing well.
I am not familiar, are you familiar with this process at all?
Well, it's process where this material will be mixed with water, the soil will be ground up, it'll be sprayed into the soil and then mixed back into the soil again. So it's a soil treatment is what it is.
It's just, it makes an impermeable surface where the water, is that what it's doing?
Yeah, that's the same thing soil cement does. Soil cement is a treatment, and it turns the water away from 8 inches of the road surface. We grind in 8 inches, and you mix that in, and it hardens that surface 8 inches deep.
How does this differ from that? It's
Well,
just a
it's
chemical
supposed to be the same terminology. It's supposed to do pretty well the same thing. It's supposed to turn the moisture away, and moisture is what causes your roads to fail. When they get moist and you got heavy loads on them, of course they're gonna give to the traffic.
And this is a proprietary blend of this company, is that what we're purchasing, is their soil cement mixer? I mean,
Well, that material that is what we'll be purchasing, and we'll be using our product, our mixer and everything to incorporate it into the soil.
Whereas with soil cement, we have to mobilize a special type truck that has to bring in.
Yeah, they
you
bring
got to
it
schedule
in,
it, and you got to make sure all that stuff.
Yeah, you gotta schedule it, blow it, work it in, and you only have a certain amount of time that you can deal with it. Once you get it in, and once you start treating it with water, soil cement I'm talking about, you got only a little time. The next day you can only clip the top. The rest of it is pretty well starting to set up. It's sort of like cement. All it is concrete. The same stuff they use to make concrete at the plant. It's the same material, and you just incorporate it. You're mixing it into the soil, and that's basically all soil cement is. You just cement the soil.
I guess I'm for whatever member of the board wanna try a project in that district. I'm all for it if that's what you wanna spend your funding on. I guess my only question is this: it sounds like since we first talked about this project, that now we're gonna ask our road crew to come in and pretty much do what we normally do on the road. My question is, how is that gonna work on your scheduling? Because we sorta had things scheduled out to do work in each district, but now it seems like we're gonna have to pull your crews in.
We're gonna have to have a crew to come in and build this, basically do the drainage work on this road.
So, I mean, that's pretty much what we do on any road. So that's my question now, that we had a scheduled time when you should be in different districts doing projects. How does that now handle your scheduling?
It's gonna be on how fast we need this. And this is the thing. It's each one of our projects takes time. Just like the Breland project, we had to go in and right now we out there, they grinding that up, getting it ready. Hoping that we got the funding to do it. They went out grinding it up because it had to be grinded up.
And I understand the process. What I'm asking again is this, and the board know I've talked about this.
Yeah.
Trying to get everybody to get some projects done. Instead of doing 2 or 3 in one district, instead of rotating. And this looked like, again, supervisor training, I'm not trying to stop you from doing,
Oh, no.
you know, this looked like, again, you're gonna have to stop a project stop your scheduling from moving somewhere else to get some work done and do this again. This has been my only deal, making sure that we all get some projects done, keep that rotation moving.
Yeah.
Now that's
Well,
my only.
Here's a suggestion, what if we use an outside contract and don't use the county forces at all?
That's fine, I did that before, remember?
I mean,
just
that,
keep that.
and we've already been making some
Yeah.
arrangements for that, but we definitely don't wanna do anything that's gonna disrupt.
Yeah, that's my.
Disrupt the expectations of the board members.
Exactly.
So what I can do, if you all will agree to that tentatively, then what I'll do, I'll notify, the vendor here. And what we'll do is we'll go back and look at the possibility of getting, someone else to do it. Now, Rob, if we were to get a contract to do this, would we just have to advertise for services, to provide?
We would do it exactly like we did before on this other, but I mean, this is a very particular product. I mean, I don't know that there's anybody else that has this product. So we would do just like we do in our procurement.
What he's talking about is
The services, rendering the service.
We're not talking about,
He's talking about getting the road.
Yeah, we're not looking at not using the road part.
What I did one-on-one on the projects, because with the scheduling, to keep the scheduling going, I hired Burns Dirt to come in and do my growing work, and so I had to hire an outside contractor to get my project done. And that's basically what he's saying now.
But that's like soil and cement then.
But is
We
that-
hired an outside source to do our soil and cement.
No, I think, Mr. Collins, you doing soil cement now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He doing it now.
he's doing it. We used to.
We used to use outside.
Right, we used to do, again, you know, I think you're just talking about that preliminary work that you wanted the county to do. You're just gonna bring an outside contractor in to
Right.
do it, to keep your project moving.
Right, but here's the key. Now, we can only, what's the threshold on that for professional service?
So about bidding it out.
Just professional service. Like, if we want to get a contract.
You don't have to.
No, not the engineering, just get a contract, and we gonna provide whatever material needs to be done, we just want somebody to come in and provide the services to build a road. If there's a culvert got to be involved, we'll buy it, if there's a, dirt got to be hauled in, we'll buy it, they just gonna provide the service.
You have to get two quotes if it's over 5,000 and bid for it if it's over 75.
It's over 75. So as long as it's under 75,000, you can just get 2 quotes, you can select the lowest bid quote. Okay. That's what we need.
You wanna make a motion to move forward with the.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move forward, with the service level agreement with the amendments that we're going to do due diligence to try to find an outside, contractor to provide the services as it relates to this Cannon Road project.
So from him, you're only basically purchasing the product and then getting the white paper afterwards?
Right, well, we're purchasing the product, he's still gonna oversee the project. We're gonna have a different contractor that's gonna help us with the actual, installation.
They'll have an engineer come down.
Yeah, I remember all that.
They're engineer now, we're not involving our engineer. And that'll help save the cost.
I mean, you think this is gonna be good for Ocklawaha County long term?
Oh, yeah, not
You know about,
for the whole state.
Have you seen this product on display at a conference, or, I mean, how did you find out about it?
Well, when I first got introduced to it was through the Supervisors Association, but we've been dealing with enzymes and base stabilizers and fly ash and clay gravel for years. And so basically what this does is this can help to stabilize that surface. And with the way we're going now, it just provides, a better long-term return. I don't think are we paving any roads now that doesn't have soil cement underneath?
Well, no, everything we're doing now, we're going back. If they hadn't been stabilized, we'll stabilize them.
And
is this an option for Middle Lake Road and all the problems we have with those big divots creating?
Well, some of those roads that you see divots in are actually soil
cement.
Yeah.
And see, when we first started using soil cement.
Over time, every road is gonna give away. And if you let it go too long, that's the point. If you let it go too long and it opens up a crack, then moisture goes in it, that's when the real problem comes about.
think the upside I've heard with this project, with this product, is it doesn't allow that cracking supposedly.
Yeah.
That takes place with soil cement when it gets really, really dry
Yeah.
around the county.
Now, that is what I've heard also about it.
We've got a motion by Supervisor Trainer, I'll second that. It's been motioned, second, that we move forward with this, with the service agreement, with the amendment that we'll seek, outside contract to do the initial road work on this project. Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, then we're now down to Mr. Priest. Okay, all right. We're down to our sheriff department, the auction salvage items.
Supervisor Howard, I believe he gave you that information on his part to present.
Clyde,
Uh-huh.
I thought he said, John was gonna be here.
I thought he gave you that information with the idea that you were gonna present it.
You mean
For the bids on, I
for
think.
the county lake slurry seal?
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
William Road.
More than one.
Okay, all right, we'll present.
Well, Supervisor,
I'm not trying to.
More than what you said. He did say he might have
But I thought that day he was in your office that he was asking you to.
Well, we got it, we presented, but he did say he was gonna have John Weaver here. But we've got our sheriff,
Hey, good morning.
good morning.
Talk about the $9,000 tennis shoes.
no, we've already talked about that, man. Did you see that?
Is that really, that's strict
That's what the
value?
receipt, certified receipt.
Man, that's on camera now. I mean, you made it public, guy. Hey, do it with us.
The original.
That's what got me.
Y'all sleeves? What size are they?
Hey, you can't get, you please don't disclose where y'all got them. I hope y'all.
These ain't like those Sioux City shoes, tear up.
All right, we're requesting Lieutenant John Davis, who retired, that he be able to purchase his firearm, duty firearm for $1.
Make a motion, we authorize this purchase.
It's been moved by Supervisor Strainer, second by Supervisor Little, that we authorize, Officer John Davis to, purchase his duty firearm for $1. All in discussion. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
And we have 3 vehicles owned by the sheriff department that are pretty much giving them mechanical problems. To fix them would cost actually more than what the vehicles are worth. So we ask for permission to sell those 3 vehicles, and that money go into a line item for the purchase of the new vehicle.
Motion for permission to sell the 3 Tahoes.
Second.
Do we have, are we finished with that first? We'll slow down just a second. Are y'all ready? Okay. We've got a motion by Supervisor Williams. It was second by, who was the second on that? Second by Supervisor Trainer, to authorize the sale of some old, Chevy Tahoes at the sheriff department. Any discussion?
Can we get the VIN numbers at some point?
Yes.
Never mind, I see them. They've already given to us, sorry.
All right.
Okay, all in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Next, we have several vehicles that we seized and been forfeited to the Ottawa County Sheriff Department, and we requesting permission to sell those vehicles on govdeals.com, and also we have some junk vehicles that are pretty much junk that we want to get rid of and sell those also.
Motion for permission to sell.
Been motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Little, authorize the sale of the, surplus vehicles at the sheriff department. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Also, we have a, residence that receives and property at 1458 Maple Strong Road, requesting the, permission for Attorney Rob Robinson to start the deed process and also put that house on county insurance.
That's a possession of a home, and we're asking to transfer the deed, and then we put that on our insurance until y'all turn around and sell it?
Yes, sir.
There was something that was in a raid or something?
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Move approve?
We motion by Supervisor Carver, second by Supervisor Little, that we authorize, to the possession and, placing of insurance on a seized home in the town of Maven. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Do we have an address on that, or we
It's
already talked about it?
on here, it's on this road.
Is that the actual address, though? At some point, we had a discussion about there wasn't, was somebody else, that's not. I'm reading your face right now, that's different, that's different.
He has that.
It's okay. It's something else, sorry. She's still over here talking about the $9,000 shoes.
Wow.
We want you guys to know what's in the red box, in the box. That's why we drew our attention.
There's too many jokes.
So that motion was to get Attorney Robinson to start the deed process and then put it on insurance once we take the possession.
Once we, take possession, actually have proper possession.
Also, we also requesting that we have a seized Chrysler 300 that we'll place on insurance, but we're gonna try to use it, with the sheriff department. It's sort of a vehicle, on the road, not patrolling, but a vehicle to be used by the sheriff department.
Then put the model on there.
Motion by Supervisor.
That's it.
Motion by Supervisor Little, second by Supervisor Trainer, that we authorize after proper documentation of a Chrysler 300, that insurance be placed on for the use of at the sheriff's department. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and I have one other item that's not on the agenda. The sheriff department is extremely short in the jail, and we have one employee, that we're trying to get on the payroll, starting salary for a jump.
Okay,
This is already in our package.
Yes, it's already out.
No,
Okay.
it's not, it's the one they just did.
that's an addition, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay, we'll get it approved.
I know one is in the package.
Okay, we'll get it approved for payroll.
We'll watch out for getting that other picture.
Just keep me straight on my board.
I'll
Okay. Is there anything
I
else?
think that's it.
Okay, thank you. We'll get that taken care of.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
It's number 5, is the coordinator board, I will not hire. Number 5.
Top one, bottom.
I think this is part of the Tahoe she was talking about. I got him sidetracked.
What's that?
She said you can't give us every one.
Yeah, tied in.
The city's vehicles, yeah.
That's part of the board.
That's one board order.
Nobody's got to confuse you any.
No, I'm good.
So we have state aid, 3 kids.
I know with the bridges in my district, I'm satisfied with, I'm ready to move forward, for those reasons.
Okay. We need a board, well, Supervisor Trainer has made a motion to move forward with the Crawford Road Bridge.
DP 53 Crawford Road Bridge, I make a motion.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little, that we move forward with SABP, what's that number?
53.
53.
Lowest bid is NL Carson.
NL Carson. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Are you satisfied with County Lake Road?
I'm satisfied with County Lake Road.
Make a motion that we take the recommendation of County Lake Road.
It's been moved forward, motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Howard, that we move forward with the County Lake Road slurry seal project. And that, for clarification, that is the southern end of the County Lake Road. That's on the south side of Highway 82 4-lane. Any discussion?
You got highway to highway? It's highway to highway.
South, Vance Brothers.
Yeah, highway, between Highway 82 and Highway 182.
Vance Brothers.
If these were all based on sealed bids, that's just for the camera out there. These are all sealed bids.
Right. He's been recommended.
In discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Facom has the lowest bid on the Williams Road project, so I motion that we move forward with the, progress with Facom on the Williams Road project.
Second.
It's been moved by Supervisor Williams and second by Supervisor Trainer that we move forward with Falcon, construction on the Williams Road project. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Do we have a name for the County Lake project? I'm sorry.
Vance Brothers, the contract.
Thank you.
It's in the packet. Each one of these that have plot pictures like that. It has
These
the
are
name.
these aren't bills for you, these are.
No, there's,
this
these
is-
are
Gotcha,
bills.
gotcha, gotcha,
Church
gotcha.
engineering, state aid.
Gotcha,
Bridge.
I think that covers all of the bids. Next on the agenda, we've got our road manager, Mr. Collins, with our road manager report.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Got a few things here. First thing, we got the, road manager report. Is there any questions on it?
No question, I make a motion to approve the road manager report.
It's been moved by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little, that we approve the road manager report. Any discussion?
Yeah, I have some. I'm kind of going along with Supervisor Howard on his suggestion earlier. We did make a commitment to do, at least to try to do 2 miles of road per year. Attempt to do that. And then we talked about making a schedule out to denote where we at and where we're gonna be at next throughout the process. And I don't know whether we have a schedule established already.
Well, as of right now, I can give you the next, we actually gonna move out to start grubbing on, I can't think of the name of the road, in District 2. We got a road out there, we're gonna grub it, and then they're gonna come back and they're gonna start to work on your road, Lean Lane, to get it built. And then, well, that will be after we leave Lean Lane. We'll start on Joy Lane. And we'll be, that's where we're going on the next 3 road projects.
I did have a request to do, Southgate.
That's gonna be on,
Start building Southgate and getting it ready.
Well,
Might
that-
not be able to do it now because.
well,
of the
I mean,
weather.
it's
The
not,
weather problem
yeah,
projects.
ain't no need, that will be a spring project because of the fact that, 1, we need that other machine here. 2, that's it's getting at the time of year now.
Right.
It's getting too cold for the asphalt material.
Right.
And we don't wanna mix up like we had once before.
Yeah.
With cold asphalt, spraying asphalt on cold ground and rocks coming off of it before they get back to it.
Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah.
So, I was wondering, could we start on any cross drain maybe on South Gate, maybe preparation type of thing that
Well,
we can do. Maybe
yeah.
some covers that we need to replace, sort of getting it ready for preparation.
Yeah, we'll be working that through regular maintenance. Because
Yeah,
if we,
regular maintenance, okay.
if we pull everything, all of that out on construction, they will not have time to do anything else. Those projects, those little projects, whether you think so or not, take a good deal. And so I've got a list of other roads and I got a list of other roads that we looked at also we got some in District 1 that we gotta start on. We're gonna try to do those repairs on the ones that the supervisor, Carver, the ones that you choose to do, we're gonna wanna start those repairs on the one that's gotta be repaired during the winter, so they'll be ready to reseal in the spring. But I've got a list here, and as soon as you get ready to go over it, we'll do that, and we need to add them to the 4-year road plan as well.
I was gonna ask, do you have a 4-year road plan from all the supervisors yet?
Not all.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
We
did.
sat in your office and did it.
But we didn't narrow it down. We need to talk about it. But, and Supervisor Carver and I just need to get let's prioritize them by year so we can get them in.
And that's kind of what I would say with this county. The city would, to take the politics out of it, would hire an engineer and let the engineer assess all the roads and prioritize them based on needs. In this form of government, I think that's probably the best thing. And so I would applaud this county on the budget cycle of some of the budgeted things they did, and one of them being that, we need to talk more about that part-time county engineer and what their role and responsibility is going to be, because if that could take, like I said, take the politics out of it and really just address the worst needs and where they are. District 1 has definitely got some needs that, you and I rode around, but I'll be honest with you, y'all got 20-something years experience and however much, and I really enjoy riding around with him because he sees things in a different way. I see cracks, and he goes, well, that's not really that's a surface issue, that's not a sub-base issue, So we had a good time riding and assessing things Friday, but I would say that I would really highly encourage the county engineer, like I think you said this in the budget cycle, you've got somebody, on the engineering side, I think you always have some private-public partnerships, but you've got an employee that you can call me, like, you're gonna come meet me, and they come out that day and look at things that we need, that the supervisors need, so. Yeah, I'll finish that with you. I applaud the board for those 2 or 3 critical positions that are budgeted for this upcoming year, toward action.
Mr. Collins, grubbing can carry on into once the weather gets to where you can't pave, we can still continue with grubbing.
Yeah.
Certain roads that's been identified. So I think it would be good if the board could go ahead and nail down a 4-year road plan and start together, cause even once you identify a road, you still gotta get easements signed. So I think that's something that can be carrying on.
Well, right now, it's pretty well everything is out there on these gentlemen's side has been grubbed. Now, being Supervisor Carver, he's got more stuff that needs repair than any new stuff. So that's the reason I'm saying some of this stuff right here, we can do the patchwork on the ones that can be fixed and get it ready for reseal in the spring. And the one that needs to be grind, we can do those in the spring and get them ready to be paved out. We can start grinding and setting them up and getting them ready, cause tell you the truth, it's a lot of work to be done. Yeah. And we need to work it, as a rolling committee. Okay. And so I'm once we get these, then I can get you a 4-year road plan. I've got enough data now that I can go back and prioritize and then come up with a figure on it. I know about what the guys can do on this stuff and what it will take to do it.
And while you're doing that, if you will, try to put together a schedule.
Okay.
On the project.
And that was my concern at whether or not we can start some of the preparation work on Southgate, but really want that road to be done on more top of the list. there, so I know we can't do it until the spring of the year, and
Yeah.
maybe until the summer, when the sun is.
Yeah,
beating
we're
down
gonna,
hard.
yeah, that one is already on the list to be done, but it's just something that
Yeah.
we can't start in it. Only thing we can do is check the covers on it.
Right, we check
And
the
it's
covers
not,
on it.
it's not a whole lot on that road.
Right.
And
Where-
so.
Where is that road exactly?
That's down on Old Highway 25, to the left.
Just past Massey Road.
Where?
Just past Massey on Road 25.
Yeah.
Old Highway 25.
Yeah.
But, and that being said, let's deal with what's at hand now, cause we just now we're getting the pipes in for Williams Road. And so, I'll go ahead on, since we own that, let me go ahead on, we need a order for a temporary road closing on Williams Road for starting October the 7th through November the 8th.
Make a motion that we authorize.
It's been moved by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little, that we authorize the closing of William Road for the dates identified by our road manager.
7th
through the 8th.
through the 8th of November, yes.
Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Also, we need to do a temporary, closing, and this is gonna be a day-by-day closing on Bardwell Road from October the 7th through the 11th of October.
So what's gonna take place on Bartwell?
Well, we're gonna pave that if everything falls in place.
The Bardwell's down on Pat Station.
No, Baldwell's up at University, go from Blackjack to make.
I thought there was a Bardwell on Pat Station to the right, all the Bardwell.
No, that's, Ballard.
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 Yeah, the Bardwell's by the university.
Well, from Blackjack over to me.
Trying to rise me, I was just a lot.
But Bardwell was in the same condition as, Breeder Lola. That was one road that was, kind of caught up in transition, so we were trying to keep that.
What's the date again, October the 7th through what?
Who made the motion?
I did.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer. I'll second by Supervisor Howard, that we move forward with the Bardwell Road project. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. I wanna reiterate, Mr. Collins, get us a schedule. I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion that we have our road manager to have a schedule prepared for our next board meeting for road projects.
Second.
Been moved and second that we authorize our road manager to have a schedule prepared for the projects moving forward at our next board meeting. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
I wanna ask you one question while I got you. We'll talk about this report, but the software and stuff we're looking at, will it help Ms. Millens and you prepare this every month?
Mhm.
So I wanna make sure all the work that our employees are doing is getting quantified and put into the system correctly. Other than the old, what we're doing now is handwriting it down, getting in, and I guess they each send this to Ms. Millens through email.
Well, no, they actually delivered by hand.
So anywhere in that could be lost in translation. I just wanna, is that new system we're doing, will this help you with this?
It will help all around.
Yeah, I wanna just make sure we're getting all the work captured that we are really doing.
So they have to deliver everything by hand to the central office for it to go in there. They don't have a way to email or any of that stuff.
Well, no, not really.
They have certain, so that it's clear, they have, orders that they're to turn in.
Yes.
That's how that information is turned in. It's
That's
not-
how it's turned in.
You can't let them just do an email, although they can scan the email and come to her point.
Yeah, well, they don't have, only thing they have are phones, and most of the phones they have are not smartphones.
Okay.
So you can't email.
And these are not county-owned phones either, is that correct?
So,
Most of these are not county-owned phones, right?
yeah, most,
Some are.
a good bit of them are, but some of the county phones will not work in certain areas.
Oh.
So, yeah, the ones they
These
have,
aren't
they can't even
smartphones.
use them, no, they're not smartphones, and they can't even, a lot of them, they can't even use them to talk, they use their person.
Oh, you see.
Because they, yeah, and I'm gonna be frank with you, I don't think you're gonna get a phone that's gonna work perfectly.
Out in some of the
Yeah,
places
I mean,
got you.
mine's a smartphone, and I can be going out 389, and it'll drop signal, and when I get close to the shop again, it'll pick back up, so it's just not a system right now that's in place.
Is that something that our computer person, if we ever can hire them, should be plugging in to figure out how to help you?
Yeah, how to do that.
I was kind of working with this, I just wanna make sure, you know, do you ever think they do any work that doesn't get logged?
Well, they do.
I guess,
I see some of it.
Mr. Collins,
Uh-huh.
how are we coming on our GPS, installing our GPSs on our?
Well, I've got some different quotes, I didn't bring them today, from other companies. I just need to get together with Ms. Les and let's try to get that quote fixed up so we can figure out which one we're gonna use.
Okay, I think that was something that was
Yeah.
kinda important, with
Yeah,
the
it
board
is.
getting done,
Yeah.
so.
I wanna, we may need to go in a different session, we may not, but I want the board to know I'm gonna bring up, discussion of the topic of overtime among the county employees. So I don't think that's an executive session, but it's not job performance of any particular employee, but something in this discussion, if you want something to ask.
Alright, we got three, covered requests. One is a Brittany Van Ness at, 1150 John White Road.
Need a motion?
Wait a minute, what was the address?
1150 John. Brittany, VAN, it's NESS.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Carver, that, we install a cover. That, give me that address.
1150 John White Road.
1150 John White Road. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, what's your second?
Alright, we have another one, are y'all ready? Randolph Counties at 1413 Harris Road, and this is, Second Drive, when they went in and they redid the ditches, he can't cross that. This is on the new part of Harris Road, and, he can't cross it anymore, and he needs a cover to cross it. Going into some property that the family owns.
Motion
So moved.
by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Williams, authorize cover installation at the address mentioned, aforementioned. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Y'all ready? Robert Rice, 3984 16 Section Road is his address. He is requesting a cover installation to enter property. It won't be at that address, but it'll be
Right next to.
right next to it.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Williams, to authorize cover installation, for Robert Rice at aforementioned, next to an address that we mentioned. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. While you're on cover, did you have another?
No, that's all.
I wanna make a motion to have a cover installed on Harrell Road. There's no address, this person needs to be able to enter their property and go on their property and do some cleaning up.
Second.
It's been moved and second that we authorize a cover installation on Harrell Road. The location is marked with a flag, already. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
I have, go ahead, you go.
We went out and we met with the, Tennessee, concrete guys down on Sanders Road, and they're putting together a project to help to fix that bridge, because they have a wall and stuff out there. But on that same road, to help with the leak and some of the flooding and stuff, there's some, culverts, and they're like that, they don't have an address, but they'll be marked, that we need to replace, to help alleviate some of the, water and drainage off there.
Do you have any idea of how many, or is it just?
I know it's 2 or 3.
Those cover replacements don't have to be, that's maintenance. It
They're not-
doesn't have to be, yeah.
Oh, okay.
These are not new.
No, they're not new, they just replacements. Yeah, that falls on the maintenance.
You can take care of that. Gotcha.
Okay,
Covenant installment, 110 Matthew Road, 110 Matthew Road, Mr. Running Board.
Got a motion by Supervisor Williams to install cover on
Second.
110 Matthew Road, second by Supervisor Trainer. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
And I wanted to ask, did David ever get back with you on any kind of plan or slide for that, for Grand Oaks or anything?
not as of yet. We waiting, but not as of yet.
Yeah, cause we were supposed to have that back in May.
How much of a delay do we have with covenant installment? As it stands now, it seems like
On just regular covenant installment. And we shouldn't have only 2 to 3 days.
2 to 3 days?
Yes. If there's any that's over 2 to 3 days, and you know about them, let me know. Because we should be there that close on it. Other than these cross drains on, like on Williams, those are the longest ones. We have a rental extension for the skid steer, John Deere skid steer.
Make a motion, we extend it, rental.
It's been moved by Supervisor, Trainer, second by Supervisor Williams, that we extend the rental for how long?
30 days.
For a 30-day extension on the skid steer. Any discussion? All in discussion,
Is
Supervisor
that,
Carter.
what they're using to grab up the limb
Grass,
miles on the
yeah.
side of the road? Is that something we, I mean, how much those machines, they $100,000?
Give me a couple more months and we should be in purchase range of the lease agreement.
Just trying to get into, I mean, we're talking about trees over and over and over, and I'm thinking at some point we could.
Well, we just trying to get, it's on a lease agreement where a percentage of what we're paying goes toward the machine, but we're just trying to get it in that range of purchase. And then that's the same thing we did on the Volvo roller, and, you know.
You're doing a lease purchase.
Yeah. Rental on, cat rubber.
Did I carry that motion?
Go for it.
Okay.
Never mind.
It's been moved and second that we extend the lease, for 30 days. Any discussion? Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we have a lease for a cat rubber tie roller. We're asking to extend it for.
What does it do?
Rubber tie roller. That's what we use to roll the roads out, setting them up for paving and when and we use it to pave with.
Second. Been motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Carver, that we extend the lease of a rubber tire roller for 30 days. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
That's the name of it, rubber tire roller.
Yeah, that's what it is, a rubber tie. Well, Panamonic roller is what they're fishing down here. Oh, let's see, that's all I have on, no, it's not either. I got a call from Clay County, and they have a load of asphalt that they got, and they did not use it all. And they was asking, were we in the need of some asphalt, and I told them we were paving, and I would check with the board and see what they're interested in, and would help them out by purchasing this asphalt. It's on their trailer, and, we would have to, well, he actually said he would send the trailer over here by truck, pull it over here. And they're just asking, if we could we take that off their hand?
How much is it?
He said between 45 and 5,000 gallons.
Make a motion to purchase asphalt from Clay County.
Moved by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Carver, that we purchase asphalt from Clay County. Any discussion?
Well, this be hot mix.
The liquid asphalt.
Liquid asphalt.
Yeah.
This was just an overflow of asphalt that they had.
Yes, they only used about 1,000 gallons out of it. It was 6,000 gallon load. We'll purchase it by how much it is. Once we get it and load it on to our truck, we'll know how much it is, and that's what we'll pay you for.
Per ton, you don't have the price that you purchased.
Yeah.
Per ton, per.
Yeah, and it came, it's on the state contract.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a state contract price.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, it come off state contract. We all provide all state contracts.
It's been moved and second. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Anything else for our roll call?
Well, one other thing, and then I'm gonna ask some other questions. I have here, and I can pass it out. Let me grab a copy off the top. If y'all would, pass this around. This is for our fire department. We have been in communication, here's another sheet right here. And he couldn't be here today. Thank you. He couldn't be here today. They was out testing trucks. But they got a project over at the fire station on at Longview, and they're needing some dirt to fill in behind that station, and they're asking the board to authorize purchase of dirt. And this is a agreement of $2.25 a yard to purchase this material.
Is that a good price for?
Yeah, that's about what we was paying the last time we bought some. It's been a while, but it's actually way better than that now.
Yeah.
What's the purchase room to purchase for? Is it 6 months to a year?
I think it's a year.
I think it's a year. I think we have to wait a year, because he's a previous supervisor.
Okay.
Yeah, that. She's on the phone with that.
All right.
It's in our.
Well, not a year.
That's what, that's what threw me when I saw that. I went,
Yeah.
Talking about the year.
No, yeah, it's January.
In January, we
I
got
got a
it.
question, it leads into this. We have some, and this may be two different dirts, so forgive me. We have some dirt that is excess dirt that we have. Now, this may not be the kind of dirt.
No, you don't wanna put that on the building.
I was hoping, I'm sorry, I was really hoping.
That's, it's got all kind of material, it's foreign material in it, and you don't want to try to sell it.
No, I was just trying, I was trying to get rid of.
We got people that want it. We just got that.
Well, we've got some issues with, hang out after the thing, because you may be able to help me flush
Okay.
this out.
Well,
But now he can give it to us. He can donate that dirt to him.
Yeah, it is correct.
Good, if you
We
would.
get to sell it.
Yeah.
It's donation.
How long can we, are they expecting us to be able to wait? Can we wait a year?
I'll get that.
Well, it's
Yeah,
a year and
see.
2 months.
You'll get 2 months.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's what, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they got to build up behind that and fix that platform. So,
This is good dirt anyway, right?
yeah,
Yep.
So we, that's what I'm saying, we can buy dirt from them. Going forward.
yeah.
isn't there some dirt in front of that fire station that needs to be hauled off? Yeah, so I think there is, it's like a little mound, it's like a pretty big mound.
That's trash. That's dirt and
That's
what
I
it
was-
burned.
You did the
It
same
burned.
thing, I was trying.
Yeah, that's some.
So that dirt just needs to be
No,
hauled off.
that's got limb sticks and all that in it. That's something that we gonna have to haul off of there and dispose of.
We have a lot of excess dirt that we need to get rid of.
not want to conference relations into you, I don't know if it's 6 months to a year, you wanna amend it and say that, because if it's 6 months, we do exceed that 6 month time period.
Well-
Unless supervise, unless,
I think it's a year.
it's a
I
year.
don't- I think it's a year.
Okay, I just
I'm
want to-
99% certain it's a year.
They
So do
said that
you?
in the thing about, you know.
Okay,
But we can
you
wait
sure it's a year?
2 more months.
Right, yeah, 2 months.
Yeah,
We'll
I'd
be-
rather do it that way.
Okay.
And we'll be sure.
I don't wanna take no ride, Supervisor.
I don't No, we don't need to be cellmates for sure.
Yeah, and I don't wanna be in there with none of
Oh.
y'all. I'll tell you that. No.
We,
If you go and you go on
question,
your own.
I'm telling you.
quick question for Supervisor Trainer and the board, we got this project and we wanna wrap it up this week, but we need to know if funding is gonna be in place to do this.
Funding is available, cause this is a new term, and of course,
Well, now,
new 4-year term.
we already done bid into that fund.
How much have we been into?
About 70.
77,000.
Yeah, but we got $500-some thousand for the term.
Yes, so for each year, it's, 100 and, what, y'all increased it to 400?
I think it's like 140.
Well,
We raised it,
you know, raised.
we approved for the raise it to $200,000 a year, I think.
We did increase it.
Yeah, it was increased from 100 and something to 200.
I just received the calculator, so he still has money, it's probably based off of what.
Well, I need to know what to do.
Which project are we talking about?
We talking about Bardwell, and I also wanna add San Marcos to it too, cause you got gonna have the equipment over there, gonna have the gravel there, yeah. We just bought the liquid asphalt, and we need to do a little work to San Marcos while we're already there. Cause San Marcos got some places that need to be reground and redone too.
Yeah, but I can, paving can wrap this up within about a week, and a week and a day or two if the funding is available. And that's what I need to know, if the funding is available, before I move forward.
We've got a discussion coming up at the end of this meeting, which will probably handle the funding part.
So it's available?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we can move forward.
Well, we got, it's got officially, accepted and put it in place, but yeah.
So-
You should have the funding to do that.
Okay, so you move forward?
To wrap this one up.
Yeah. This is as y'all know, this is a project that's been haunting us ever since I've been back here. And people are about to eat me up about this. Y'all don't get the call, but they still call and curse me out.
Oh, I get calls for sure.
And,
you just have to wait and tell them,
Yeah.
You can't do all
But
that.
if it's there,
You gotta move around and do
Yeah.
projects at other places.
if it's there, we need to kill this rabbit.
Do you need a board order for that?
Uh,
Or you just?
Well, I'll make a motion, I wanna go ahead and make the motion, and let him go ahead and do San Marcos and Bardwell Road within that time frame. He's already told us he can get it done before the 11th. Go ahead and get it done, the equipment is there. So I'd like to make a motion, we do both of those while it's there. And the funding is available.
Saint Mark.
Bardwell and San Marcos.
What's the time frame on getting these done?
On
I keep saying.
Supervisor, yeah, I know
wanna
it,
get
but-
as much as done as we can.
Yeah, but
I
it won't
wanna
let-
make sure we keep
I'm trying
rotating, we
to,
get
I
other
think we
projects
can knock
done.
this, like I said, we can knock this out in about a week.
Okay,
They've already,
both roads.
yeah,
both
they've
projects.
already leveled the surface on, all we gotta do is put the pavement on, Bardwell, and all I need is to know if the funding is there so we can go to work on it.
A week, for me now, I'm just one vote, week is fine.
Yeah.
Mr. Collins, I'm expecting a schedule at our next board.
Yeah.
No ifs, ands, or buts. I'm looking for a
Alright.
schedule on projects at our next board meeting.
All right.
Well,
And
you're not
also
gonna be able, you're not gonna be able to do many more of DVST roads anyway.
That's what I'm saying,
We running out of time.
we running out of time on here, on that.
Yeah.
So,
Asphalt pavement, yes, but DVST is gonna be after these projects here.
You probably won't get any more done.
No,
but
we won't. I'm scared and pushing it. The 15th is the last date that, state aid
recommendation on it.
Was it?
October 15th?
October 15th.
What temperature you
Unless you got some real hot weather, man.
I mean, we can do it ourselves, but y'all have me up all night.
Yeah, well, the air temperature doesn't count.
Yeah,
It's the surface.
It's the surface
Surface
temperature.
temperature.
And that surface, when you went through a night of 50 degrees, you gotta wait till 10 o'clock for the sun to kind of heat the ground back up, and that asphalt cools off so fast. And with this machine here, it's kind of slow. And y'all don't give me no nervous breakdown, because I don't want no roads coming apart on me.
Let's make the motion this way, contingent upon funding.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, the funding should be there, but we'll go ahead and do it that way. That way we've got a motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Carver, that we authorize our road department to proceed with Bardwell Road and St. Mark.
San Marcos.
San Marcos,
San Marcos
yes.
Road. Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
No, we really need to be done. I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see it.
I want to ask you a question. Like I said earlier, and you can stop me if I didn't go to closed session until the next executive. Well, I mean, I just want to make sure overtime policy with employees, we might have had one employee or two or three that, talk about GPS, making sure accountability for employees. What kind of overtime policy did you put on for the workers? Like, I'm saying if they're at a job at 3 o'clock, if they can't get it done by 3:30, do they need to stop working by 1:30 or 2 o'clock or?
Well, see, that's where accountability comes in. If they own a job and they can finish it that day with 30 minutes over and then head back in,
is that fine still?
That's gonna be on y'all.
Well, was there a policy or memo put on by, I don't want our employees breaking for the hills at one. I see sometimes that, 2:30, everybody's sitting back at the shop, wrapping up, getting equipment maintained, all that, but
yeah.
Was there a policy or memo put out where you gotta have all your work done by 1:30 to make sure you're back?
No, it's not.
I would think the distance of how wide this county is, if they're out there and they know they're gonna go 30, 45 minutes over, it makes more financial sense just to finish the day and come in at 4 o'clock,
And that's why Lowndes County adopted the 10-hour day program.
4 10s?
They give, and I've talked to the road manager many a time, Ronnie Burns and the previous road managers after Ronnie. That's why they went to 10-hour days, because they can get more done in 10 hours than they can in 8. Because you can't leave the truck on the job, and a lot of times you really ain't, it's according to where you're parking the equipment, you can't leave it out there. You gotta load it up, haul it back, then haul it back the next morning. It takes time to load up equipment and bind it down. You're gonna lose 30 minutes loading it up and binding it down.
It takes me 30 minutes to go to one side of my district. What's the policy right now for these guys? Are they told if they got a 45 minutes?
They try to finish a job as quick as they can. If it's gonna run them 2 or 3 hours over, they leave it. But if it's something that they like about 30 minutes of finishing, they try to finish it. Yeah. And they call me and say, Mr. Vic, we like about 30 minutes of finishing up.
Just the gas alone that you're hauling all back out there the next day would make sense. I'm not worried about those employees that are hard workers, and if you're willing to work extra hours for the county and finish the job and do it right, do that. That's not. I'm looking at employees that may be, cheating the system somewhere and they're clocking in extra hours or days they really weren't there.
Yeah.
One will mess it up for all. That's not what I'm looking at with this. Any kind of GPS. I'm just making sure our employees, if they're at 30 minutes to finish the job, let them finish, could be better than the next day they can.
And also, I had employees out at C Shop. They had new employees out there, and they would work on covers. And then I had a couple of guys would come in on Saturday at Bush Hog to catch up on the Bush Hog, because they tried one man on the track, and he ended up causing about $8,000 worth of damage to that tractor because he didn't pay attention and dropped the tractor off in a cover, and it bent the exhaust and messed up the regen system under the bottom of it. So they took it on themselves, just the two of them. They was coming in and working, which, you know, I pulled them. They don't do it anymore, but that was their reason for doing that, because
Okay.
they could come in and work by themselves better than they could with the rest of the employees there.
I don't know if this needs to be a formal policy, but if you okay something, I'm okay with it. You know, we're not,
But
I'm not gonna try to.
you know,
If you
so
tell the
that's
guys-
you know, that's some of it right there.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you, and just like Saturday morning, I got a call, tree down, and they had to come out and get it. That's something we basically help, cause 911 calls and says there's a tree in the road, we pretty well got to go.
Well, I'll just tell y'all, learning these roads and trying to ride in y'all's districts a little bit, it's like, if these guys are coming out of, 3 shops for the whole county, if we go to 410s, we almost did it with the city of Starkville. What that does, they get the same amount of hours in, but they've done all kind of research and analysis on them. And if you get more productions, for an 8-hour workday with a typical employee sitting on a computer, I don't want to say that you get typically 5 to 5.5 hours worth of actual work. It takes that long to come in, make your coffee, log in, and it takes that long to log out. But with these guys that are hands-on, we need to seriously consider that. If you could justify getting 20% more out of your workforce, I'm okay with it. People who just, they love it in big cities for the transportation factor. Somebody doesn't have to what do you call it? Yeah.
Mobilize and
all that, and they say it alleviates all kinds of congestion in large cities on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, plus it gives you more time with your family. But we need to think about that, because I would, if it were me, I'd much rather get on the job at 7:30 and work till 4:30 or 5, and then, it takes a lot to haul that equipment in and out every day. So I don't know, has the county ever thought about it?
We've done that before.
That didn't work out?
We did it before. I thought it was, but some of the employees had some concern with it.
Wow.
But now this is a different administration, so if Victor is thinking that's something that's gonna be beneficial to the county, make a recommendation, let's take it.
Employees didn't like it?
You will always have somebody that's gonna always have something about something. And then, of course, I think, your predecessor had some concerns about it too.
For what perspective?
For full disclosure now, I've never been a fan of that 10-hour work day. I'm just for full disclosure.
Well, we don't have to go down that route if it didn't work. What didn't work about it?
Well, I've heard studies too that after 8 hours, the production goes way down, those last 2 hours. Also, we had to consider the fact that you couldn't just shut the county down. You still had to have skeleton crews that would be in on a Friday, and then you had to, some employees had to decide, determine what they were gonna do if they had a child that they normally pick up at 5. Then they got to make arrangements for that other 2 hours. So it was more than just work 10 hours, and it was a lot of other factors that had to be considered in that.
Yeah, I know y'all already tried that. So
But now, I'm not saying we can't.
I'm not saying we can't.
We got this.
I'm just saying.
It works good for Lowndes County, and it works good for DOT. That's this district in DOT. That's where they are. They got their own 4-day work schedule.
Yeah, quite a few counties do too.
All it takes is a majority of the board said, let's do it.
It takes a long way to get everywhere.
Hey, we can save a lot of money if we just keep coming out over 4 days a week.
Let me tell you something, there'll be more people upheaval than.
Well, now,
I'm
but what I'm
fine.
saying is that some of the stuff that people come to the court out for, that they don't have to come out, that they can do automated and do online, if we get to that point, we can consider that.
I wasn't thinking about countywide.
But I'm just saying, just stuff that make it run more efficient. But if Victor thinks it's good, recommend it, let's look at it.
Let me do a little bit of soul searching and talk with the
I've
guys.
asked the guys to do it along the forward, so I didn't think about picking kids up from daycare and all that.
Yeah, and I guess my concern on overtime is if people are coming in doing degrees and maintenance, whatever, and, they're getting an hour or two, a day or whatever,
Yeah, that's
good.
incentive.
But excessive overtime, a week, you're getting over, 10, 15
Now I got
hours a
some
week.
guys
That's
that,
a problem.
I got 2 guys that's certified to spray for mosquitoes. and they do work,
Still gotta have
they
somebody.
work about 3 to 4 hours at night spraying. And they get, you know, but it's only 2 of them certified. And the rest of them, they're not gonna get certified, because they don't want that every night job.
Top grade they do, but they don't.
But the ones that do the, mosquito spraying, they're doing 3 or 4 hours a night. Do they have a route, like the roads have, they're laid out?
Yeah,
like, in the report, like what they sprayed, is it separate?
Yeah,
Or
it's
is
supposed,
it,
they
they're
supposed to be
spraying
keeping
this
a
road, that
journal
road?
of what roads they spray. One is supposed to be spraying east, one is supposed to be spraying west.
Well,
And
yeah,
so-
and if we had GPSs, you know, on that
Yeah.
just makes me nervous with people making that much overtime, not knowing that it's all being done. And I'm just being, you know, honest, if I got somebody doing 40, 50, 60 hours of overtime, I wanna know they said, well, that's what they do. I don't have a problem paying them if that's what they're doing, but if that ain't
And
what
I
they're
mean,
doing, I have a problem.
I've considered, you know, and this is, you know, that's another avenue. I mean, I know the city, I think they actually hired some guys that was retired to come in and do that. And they, you know, that was on regular time, but that's all they did. They come in the evening at a certain time and spray, but they'll have to get that training. They can't, the certification says that the person that's doing the spraying have to be the one that's certified. So they got that if it's a spill, that certified person is the one that's gotta be there. You can't use that certification and put somebody else in the truck.
I'm a certified applicator and all that, but most of them, as long as you're under the discretion of somebody that's got the license.
Yeah, but
with mosquitoes, you've gotta be the actual person with the license.
When you handling that chemical out in the open like that, you gotta be that person that, you gotta explain, you gotta do a report on spills, you gotta be there. You gotta be on hand. Yeah.
We were kids, we just chased the trucks around. Rode your bikes.
But, if there's nothing else.
Mr. Collins, we appreciate it. I think after this lengthy discussion, I think, one of the key things that came out of it is if it's written down as overtime work, make for sure that.
Well, I've started initialing my worksheets now. When they come in, I'm initialing the sheet, so it'll be there what they did.
Sounds good.
So when their payroll sheet come in, we'll initial it, what went on.
Sounds good. Checks and balances already.
Yeah, so.
Anything else for our road?
And are they clocking in and out?
Yes, yeah, they gotta do that. You know, you have one forget every once in a while, and sometimes the clock acts up every once in a while. But we try to follow all the rules and protocols that we can to make sure everything is documented. I mean, cause we spent a lot of overtime when we were doing Breland, and I was out there all that time. I think I put in about 4 hours one day out there, you know, in the evening, you know, after 3:30, cause we had a truck sitting there that we had to get unloaded, and it was a slow go. It was a hook to the machine and go a little piece. Then the truck get to the bottom of the hill, we had to hook up, load it up, unhook it, carry it up the hill, come back, hook up, load it up, carry it up the hill. That was time consuming and and I was doing that, and real annoying. I said some short words. But anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Collins.
Yeah, all right. Mr. President, I put an X on a tree on McGee Road that's about to fall, a pine tree about to fall, just as you went on McGee Road.
And just to say this, if y'all X a tree, and it's a real dangerous tree, put 2 X's on it, because that's what we are doing, when we do the new bid. Those trees that are really bad, we putting 2 X's on them so we can identify them and be able to take the guys out. We've been taking them out, and all the ones that's planning on bidding, we've been sending them to different areas so they can do an analysis of what's going to happen in this.
Yeah.
So if y'all would just put an X on, one on top of the other.
Okay.
All right.
Could they just review one that doesn't have 2 X, but at least 1 X? on Blocker Road, that's what it makes up.
Okay, and some of these, we're gonna look at them, some trees that's not in danger of falling on the power line or tearing up a fence, we will cut those ourselves. I got one that I'm gonna send them to out on, Maven Bell School Road. It'll fall in the road, but it's one that we'll cut ourselves, because I wanna use what we doing with the company, I wanna use those real bad. So if there's one out there that y'all see is in danger and it's leaning where we can throw it, then we'll throw it, we'll do that ourselves.
When is the deadline on the bids for?
I believe
bids
it's,
for taking those trees down.
I hadn't got it with me, but it's coming up for, we should have it ready for, if not the next board meeting, the one after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else? Thank you, Mr. Collins.
All right.
That's
Right.
good. And
Okay,
I'll
we-
leave you this week to finalize that.
Okay, yeah, get with me. If I'm not out there on the road, now I may be on the road, but give me a call first.
Yeah, hey, yeah, I'll holler at you, we'll set the time.
Okay.
Thank you.
We did miss, one bid from, Clyde Pritchard, and that was for the Sturgis West Point Bridge. And in the amount of $700,000, he said if we choose to move forward with it, the board order will be prepared for the state aid established project fund in the amount of $700,000. And Tallahatchie Construction would be the construction company that, would be awarded the project. SAP 5383.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Williams. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Yeah, it's in there. There's so much in there.
Yeah, we noticed, so it's right there.
They were, this is,
I saw all of those, I didn't see that one.
this is Sephora.
Yes.
Sturgis made one.
I'm sorry, I didn't know this was gone.
We've got, our tax assessor presented us with, Ms. Livingston, what was that?
Our insolvent list that
Presented?
she has to do every year.
Make a motion to acknowledge the insolvent list.
Got two of them there.
There's several of them in there in the packet.
Yeah.
Yeah, insolvent, is that one that said?
One is for check and one is for tag.
Checks and tags and.
Separate the two.
Okay, you want to give to a second? We need a board order for the insolvent list for the, tags, vehicle tags.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer. Any discussion?
What is the insolvent?
Not able to pay.
Can't collect the money.
What's that mean?
They able to pay, they get to, trying to get it from one to another.
So that, so it's an insolvent.
They can't pay.
So that just means that they don't have a tag.
Pretty much. She's required by law to tell us who did that, or they can't pay.
Okay.
And it may have been that she got a bankruptcy notice, or she got some kind of notice of some sort. It could even be.
I just didn't know what that
Yeah,
was, so I
just
wanted to make sure I
insolvency.
knew what it was before.
There's a lot of things we do with the tax office that does some things. Not with her, I'm not saying her, I'm just talking about in general.
This is just stuff we have to be
Yes.
notified of.
We rubber stamp
Okay.
what is an insolvent list.
Okay, I didn't know, I just didn't know.
There's so many forms that she does once a year.
Okay, the second, we need, board order to acknowledge the insolvent list for the,
Tag.
We did tags.
we got a tag.
We did tag.
For,
Another one is check.
checks.
And I had to refer back to the middle, I believe it's checks.
The motion by Supervisor Williams,
Second.
second by Supervisor Trainer to acknowledge this,
And what is that for insolvent check?
That's
Like
when
they pay
somebody's
us in-
written a check for taxes
in the back.
and.
Yeah,
back.
the checks that she's turning over to the DA.
Supervisor Williams made the motion, who seconded?
And now
Right.
that's not in your packet. Well, yes, she did, I think she did.
She
She
did.
said she left.
It's- She gave us a separate receipt.
She left.
Yeah, it is right here.
See some of it was chargebacks.
It's right here.
One is, credit
She
card
said it on-
charges, one is
Oh, that
credit
she
card
wrote.
charges, and the other one is,
I just saw you with it.
is,
All of this right here.
the other one is license plates.
You'll see it's different.
License
things.
plates and credit card
Just unknown.
charge.
Oh,
Yeah.
credit card, all of it.
Credit card charge.
Yeah.
They call in and it's a bad credit card.
Yeah.
Or it could be
Yeah,
stolen
yeah.
credit card. I mean, there's so much fraud
Yeah,
going on.
no, she just
So
told
with
me
that,
it's
does that mean say check
Yeah,
that
credit
credit
card
card?
charge.
I would think so.
I would say checks and credit cards.
Yes, the credit card.
We need an amendment to that last motion to include credit cards.
Credit card
on the
charges.
checks.
Yeah.
It's been moved and second, any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Now we're down to our chancery clerk business, Ms. Livingston.
I've got a few things. The first thing I need is I need a board order for our county attorney. My chancery judges have me on, and I'm an executrix over in the state, and then I'm a guardian over on the guardianship. And I need permission for the board attorney to do petitions so that we can close these two cases out.
Motion for approval. Second.
It's been moved and second, to authorize our county attorney to close out what we got.
Two matters in chancery court.
Two matters in chancery court. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
The second thing that I have, I'm putting them all together because it was a bunch of them. It was the affidavit of publication from the Starkville Daily News, and it was on when we did the tax levy for the 2024-2025 year. The resolution for the sale of OCH, the Crawford Road project, Sturgis West Point Road project, and County Lake Road project.
In motion? Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer. All in favor?
Can you list those again? Tax levy.
The tax levy for the year 24-25, resolution for the sale of OCH, Crawford Road project, Sturgis West Point Road project, and the County Lake Road project. And that's all I have. Did y'all get all that, Rob?
County Lake Road.
County Lake
I
Road
don't
project.
Well, if you want them to be separate, they should be.
Okay.
I would suggest that they are separate.
If we make y'all's approval, we will separate each one of them
First
out
one
as
is the
individual
credit card
orders.
chargebacks.
Well,
Just
is it-
rendering of license plate.
We'll do it that way.
Yes, it should be.
We'll separate them out the same way.
Okay. Did I need a board order for each one?
They were confused. I think it confused
Yes.
everybody.
Okay,
But
can
we'll
we go back
separate.
to the tax assessor? We need to do an amendment, there is one for, an insolvent listing for the, well, it's the true listing for the personal property that is insolvent as of January 2nd of 24 through September 30th.
But my question
This is an additional.
like all this.
That I have no idea, that's a question for the tax assessor.
Do we need to get our tax assessor to come
I
in?
believe so, cause I don't know, she should have.
Yeah, cause all of, like, all of this is like all
You
the
want me to call
downtown
her?
property.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
You know, like, like this is all downtown property.
Did we finish this affidavit of publication? This Supervisor Williams Trainer.
we need to carry that fully.
But after that, she started talking about tax assessments that are carried out from those publications. For the tax levy, the resolution.
Hello.
Profit road, county, chancery, that one needs to be carried out.
It was a motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer, to carry out the publications for those items listed. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, next on the list while we're waiting on our tax assessor, you have the payroll changes in your packet.
Make a motion to approve the payroll change.
The motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Williams, that we approve payroll changes. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
All of our employees know they got 3% COLA.
Yes, we publicized that. That was, that was in the board order.
I know, they just keep asking, I'm like,
Well, they're being funny.
And there is one thing I did, to amend in there, from some of those that were coming off of, what we paid for grants, all the payroll changes. It says in there something about, will continue, but don't we need to put in there, continue as long as it's grant money?
Contingent upon receiving the grants.
Which one was this one?
County court, that was just that one for county court. She have her, it's budgeted for the full amount for how much she needs.
And it says but it's paid through the grant, but it says it will continue, but it doesn't say like it'll,
They get that grant.
The grant was approved for 24-25, so she budgeted exact the amount that we are receiving for the grant. So when she, next year, when they do it again, she'll resubmit for 24.
okay, I just kinda read it to where it looked like it, if they didn't get the grant,
We are approved for the grant.
as a county employee. And so if we're not, I just make sure that didn't go back in our budget.
Right.
Cause I know
So
when
she'll
I
have
had.
to request approval each year.
We do it yearly.
On the cover sheet, yeah.
It's not warranted, yeah.
Because you have exist.
Correct. And I just want to make sure that we didn't come up with 5 or 6 employees. Then we didn't go back.
I know what you're saying.
The next we've got the contract for the volunteer fire department, the insurance renewal contract.
I looked over it, it's almost like this, what we've signed for the last, at least 8 years anyway.
Need a motion?
Got no changes on it.
That's,
No change.
No, there's a change.
Well, there is, but
I don't see a change.
This accident and sickness is included in that volunteer fire, contract now. They wanted to add that portion, that's why it's a separate invoice.
Okay.
So do we need to do this to separate?
We can, however.
Okay. First of all, we need a motion to approve the, volunteer fire contract.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little. All in favor? Motion carries. Now we need a motion to approve the upgrade in the insurance contract
So
for the
moved.
accident and sickness. Moved by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Williams. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay. Next, we've got, invoice for Pickering Group Strategic, Initiative Services.
Make a motion to approve the invoice.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little. All in discussion?
Two supervisors mentioned, Little and Trainer. I know, two supervisors are Little and Trainer. It says ground transportation for 2 supervisors.
Yeah.
Anybody else got, or just?
No, there's just those. That's when I had trouble with my back, so I had to track. Yeah. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. We've got some invoices from Pickering Engineering for the Morgantown Bridge invoice, the Douglastown Bridge invoice, Sturgis Maven invoice to be paid.
Make a motion, we pay these invoices for Pritchard Engineering, all three.
It's been moved to pay all three invoices for Pritchard Engineering, second by Supervisor Little. Any discussion? All in favor?
There's a Senate bill. There's a Senate bill for Morgantown Bridge. It seems like it is. A Senate bill, 1.5 million.
Yes, sir.
For, Morgantown Bridge.
Yeah, that's coming out of that.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, we're gonna have to replace that bridge. That one.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We're gonna stop right here. We've got, tax assessor collector to come and just clear up a few questions the board has.
Okay.
The, insolvent list
Yes, sir.
that you presented, can you just go over that and sort of explain to us what each one of them are?
Okay, the, chargebacks, the insolvent list of things that are outstanding for us for the tax office. And, as of right now, my term January 2nd, 2024, I have no, credit card chargebacks.
Okay, you have what, no credit card chargebacks.
That's correct.
It needs to be changed. Yeah.
We had wrong interpretation.
Oh, sorry.
We're glad you're here.
Well, I had no credit card
Oh, really?
chargebacks.
While she's here, can we go back
have
and
no
amend
credit
these
card
orders?
charges.
We gotta get these orders.
Chargebacks, like, credit card chargeback will be if, someone said, they dispute the charge, so no one has disputed the charge.
What I would like to do first, can we get a motion to rescind all the motions that we made, pertaining to this particular issue? I'll make that motion, I'll second by Supervisor Little. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Now we'll move forward with approving them one by one as you present them.
Okay, the first one is, I had no credit card chargebacks. Everyone has accepted the charges that they've, used for their credit cards.
We'll make a motion, we acknowledge that.
See, it's been moved by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Carver. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, and the next one is the surrender of license plates. They are in my possession until the Department of Revenue, directs me to destroy them. And there's a list attached to it, to all of them, and the surrender tags come about when someone, brings a tag in or gets a new vehicle, I give them credit, or it's totally surrendered, and there's a list of them.
Make a motion, we acknowledge the list.
Moved by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. We were all of them.
They were all.
For the tax.
I told you, I'm not tax assessor, I don't
Sorry.
know.
That was for the metal tax.
That is correct.
So, okay, gotcha.
That is correct.
So this has nothing to do with, for me, so that I don't get this wrong again.
Sure thing.
This has zero to do with what they paid, with it, something bouncing or anything like that, correct? Thank you. I told them wrong.
I was like, wait, what?
That's what I thought it was, sorry.
Okay, and, the next one is for the listing of the personal property as of January 2nd to September 30th. These taxes have not been collected, and also, I wanted to let you all know that, the contract that I've entered into with, American Financial, they've collected approximately, close to $50,000.
Short amount of time.
Yes, sir, and they're working, and I am working with, the public, explaining to them, you know, some things happened at a certain time, and what I'm doing is trying to make right what was left behind. So, anytime they call and, if they need to, you know, work with me, I'm more than willing to work with them on that, for personal property and, mobile homes. Okay, so the personal property is a listing, things that are insolvent and I have not collected, and I have not received a check from American Financial Institutions yet, because they're gonna send me a paper check,
and I went ahead and established an ACH, draft to be deposited into the account. And there's a listing for that.
Now, are
Need a
these-
motion?
Go ahead.
I don't know.
Are these, all of these, like, is that what you're talking about?
No, that is, yes, that's personal property, forgive me, yes ma'am, that's personal property.
That is all
Businesses, that is correct. And a lot of things that I'm coming up against is, let's just say someone buys a business in the middle of the year, and my explanation to them is, this is something that they should have discussed between the purchaser and the buyer, because if you didn't own the property the whole year, that it needs to be prorated. And this is what my argument or my explanation is to them, but either way, it has to be paid.
If it's not like on real estate negotiations, if it's not just, prorated, you just got, right? If you're at a real estate closing, we do it, you know, you talk about the prorated taxes, and that's not discussed, does that fall back on the previous owner up until the
No,
day?
it's gonna fall on the person who's did it. Whoever's got it. It's an interesting, this is a very interesting, I have closings I've seen for years. I have seldom seen a property tax included in their contractual obligation. I don't know that I've ever seen that. So it's something that our attorneys around town probably need to have discussions about. Now, there are some that probably flush it out a little bit better, but generally speaking, it can be a good little chunk. I mean, $2,000-3,000 sometimes, so I'm.
Well, according to what I'm looking at, that's why I was like, it said, you know, that they had such a lot of businesses on here.
One of the things that I want permission to look into, because this is a good point you brought up, we actually have a couple of, and I've actually called the AG's office as well as the audit to find out what we're supposed to do. But we've got one individual situation where they double paid. And what it amounts to is they call themselves updating their information. Well, what they did was they didn't change, they just added two, and it ended up being twice as much as it probably should have been. Well, here's the question. When we find this out a year later, how are we supposed to account for that? I mean, we can't just give the money back unless we are given approval to give the money back.
Well, the thing is, when I reached out to the association and I looked at, the law book on it, it states that, and I can't think of the code off the top of my head, but I can go get the book. If the error was made by them, they are responsible. If an error is made by the county, it's our obligation to fix it. Because we don't know what they have in their stores, we don't know what they're selling, we don't know any of those things.
This is where the rubber meets the road on this is when an attorney gets involved, they're gonna say, we made the mistake because they called themselves updating. We're gonna say back to them, no, we didn't make a mistake, we merely took what you turned in. And that's kinda where we land. So it's one of those, it's the reason we have lawyers, is to go back and forth. What I would like to do is get this flushed out. If there is a legitimate issue that is just confusing like that, I'd like to get us a situation where we owe it back and we pay it back. To me, that's the fair thing to do. However, I need an avenue to do that to keep her books. And right now, I don't know what that looks like. I mean, I'm certain that that's not, it's had to have happened other places. I can imagine other ones that have had that happen. So we'll be flushing it out, assuming that the board allows me to do that.
And, again, that happened in 22 and 23. And I corrected it, when they did the last revisions for 24. I did help them make the correction.
While we had a tax assessor here, there was a, I don't know, how we need to talk about it.
It's passing.
It's passing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are we
Can
finished?
I- yeah.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, we need to carry this last.
Yeah, we need a
Need a
motion
motion.
and a second on personal property.
Motion, Supervisor Trainer, second, Supervisor Little. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
I think you've got one more, right?
I do. The last one is the mobile homes. This is my solid list. And again, the American Financial, they have collected, they're collecting on this. So far, I've only think they've collected probably $80 on that, but the bulk of it has been in the personal property. So they are working on this, and I am working with people on mobile homes, which brings me to Ms. Patsy. And this is.
Let's do this one
Yeah, let's
first.
Okay.
get the
Yeah.
motion to acknowledge the insolvent list for mobile homes.
Motion by
Second.
Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer, to acknowledge insolvent list for mobile homes. Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
We need to discuss Ms. Patsy because it is part of mobile home.
She didn't show up, so I would say let's not discuss
Oh, yes,
that
sir.
until, but we do have one other issue. Pass that down and see if our tax assessor has ever. This is about, some tax settlement that the city seems to think that was not, paid to them.
Did we get a copy of this?
It's, yeah, it's in your packet.
She's turned it over to Joe, but have we have any return with it yet?
Yes, sir.
This, to kind of give y'all, I've met with the city about this, they've sent their people over to look at the records. Their assertion is that there was some tax amount that was not paid. This was what years were this?
22 and 23.
22, 23?
Yes, sir.
Okay. From the records that they pulled up, it does look like, from like the conversations I've had, that there was some issue. We're trying to figure out what that issue was. Delta it's been turned over to them, and we're trying to flush this stuff out. I have the business people over, who's the gentleman that works with the city that.
Corbin.
Webb has been talking with Delta. We're trying to flush this out, figure out what happened. What we think happened is that there was a discrepancy in what we plugged in for Delta or how Delta did the numbers at some point. We obviously need to figure out what happened because we don't want this happening in the future. I think that our tax assessor has taken remedy for the future, but we still are not quite certain what happened on that 22-23 tax year. If what they say is correct, one of two things happened. Either we collected and it was deposited and we just didn't give them the amount of money that they are owed. The bigger fear I have is if we did not collect and it was a non-collection, because I mean that's from 22-23. To go back and try to collect for that is going to be a nightmare. So if we collected, the money is somewhere. It's going to either be deposited in our general fund at some point, or it just didn't get collected at all. We've got to flush that out. Delta has not gotten back with us, and I'm assuming that they're going to get back with us at some point. I will talk to the city and find out if they have found out any more than we have. But that is primarily the issue. Is one of two things happened: either it didn't get collected, which I hope that's not the case, or it got collected, and because of what was plugged in to the Delta system, or what the Delta system did, it could be that the Delta system didn't do this properly. If Delta has told me that they didn't make any mistake, it had to have been an input problem. I don't know. I'm not going to suggest to you that I have any evidence that suggests either way. But we are trying to figure out what that actually looks like. At some point, I may be coming back to y'all once I have proved, once I have had an audit, look at this to make sure that we're doing this properly, because anything we do, anything we do needs to go through audit first to be approved. Whether that be paying back the gentleman that thinks that he overpaid personal taxes, or whether it be the city of Starkville situation where, and y'all, this is not a little bit of money, it's a pretty good chunk. So I don't want there to be any misunderstanding that this does need to be figured out. This is it needs to be figured out regardless, but this is a pretty good chunk of money.
And for clarification purposes, for all the ones that's watching us live, this was before our current tax assessor, took office. Just wanted to make sure that we clarify that.
Yeah, this was well before that. And it may be just it could be a computer glitch. It very well could be. I'm not suggesting to you that we know for certain, but we're investigating, and until audit tells us what to do, then we won't be giving any recommendations to this board until we have that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Walker, for coming and clearing up those issues for us.
Yes.
And thank you, Supervisor Little, for bringing that to our attention. Make sure we got understanding.
Yes.
on that.
I was like,
I had no idea.
Okay.
I was like, wow.
Actually,
That
okay.
makes sense.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, one more on the thing, yes.
Okay.
The next one is, return checks. I have one outstanding check, that has been turned over to the district attorney's office, and I have one that is pending in my office. I've sent the certified letter, and I have to wait until the, allotted days before I can turn this over to, the district attorney's office.
Okay. So we need a motion to acknowledge checks. Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Little. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Again, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, man. Appreciate yourself.
You make sure our board minutes are correct now.
Okay. See, I didn't have it in front of me, so I wouldn't. Thank you
No
so much.
problem.
Yeah.
Now we'll resume the Butler Snow invoice.
Make a motion to pay the invoice for Butler Snow.
It's been moved by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little, that we pay Butler Snow invoice in the amount of $6,787.50. Okay, next on the agenda, we've got the, Raymond James OCA study invoice. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously.
Make a motion to pay the Raymond James study invoice.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little, that we pay the Raymond James OCA study invoice. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Next, we've got the Mitchell McNutt invoice. Motion by Supervisor Chris Latimer. That's for Attorney Chris Latimer, who sat in for our board attorney when he was out, yeah.
Motion for approval.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer, that we pay the Mitchell McNutt invoice. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we've got the Delta computer contract renewal for Circuit Court.
Move approval.
Motion by Supervisor Carver, second by Supervisor Williams, to approve the renewal of the contract. Any discussion?
Well, that's okay for an increase on that?
Yes, he signed off. Everybody had, we all had an increase on Delta.
It was 17, what was it for?
Mine went from 120 to 130, I don't know what everybody else is gonna do.
Circuit Court clerk, Tony Brew did sign off on it before we presented it, so we got him to sign it. We have to give the original sign by the board, but we did get him to sign the approval of the increase if they wanted to keep it or not. That's what we, send it to the department heads that have it, and if they wanna keep it with the increase, then we get them to sign it and then we present it to the board. So he has signed off on it, that he wants to keep on services.
And I will say that every department that does work for us works through nothing but
Yeah, is the information dissemination system that y'all all share information? You're saying every department runs through Delta, do y'all share information dissemination, does it go from system to
Yeah,
system?
somebody can come in my office in the vault and look up for stuff in circuit, like marriage license and stuff like that.
I don't know what it is, I'd like to learn more about it.
Yep.
Not everything, I mean, we don't use it.
Well, I mean, like, well, the courts, yeah.
Just wanna learn more.
Circuit, justice uses it in circuit and chancery, and tax office.
All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Motion to pay the credit card charges. Motion by
Second.
Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, motion to pay the claim docket. Motion by Supervisor, Carver, second by Supervisor Trainer. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
On these claims docket, we have two because of the ending of one budget year and the beginning of the other. So the total amount of those two claims, that's why they're separate like that. So you have two that you have to sign because it was the ending of one budget year and the beginning of the other one, and we couldn't put it together, we got to separate it. So that's why you have two separate ones to sign.
While that's going around to be signed, we've already had a discussion with the city tax, reimbursement while our tax assessor collector was here and our board attorney. So we're now down to the county supervisor's business. Okay, first on that front, we've got a request from Supervisor Trainer for Flower Village.
I'd like to make a motion that we authorize the creation of a 911 road, Clare Village Lane.
It's been moved by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously.
Motion to appoint John Rigsby back to the Library Trustee Board.
Second.
Expire on September 30th.
It's been moved by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer, to reappoint John Rigsby to the Library Board. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. We've got the, okay, this is the letter from our, Pritchard Engineering, letting us know that we've been approved for the Morgantown Bridge. Just needing a motion to acknowledge that letter. Motion by Supervisor Little, Carver, second by Supervisor Little, acknowledging the letter, for SAB 5303.
Is that?
We need a board order to cancel. You know,
The,
we need a board order to cancel the program for SABP 5303 state aid, which we've previously been given approval, but we're canceling that state aid because lunch is moving.
motion by Supervisor Little to cancel the SAPP 5303 state aid project. Second by Supervisor Carver. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion.
Can I get a little, about it says state in its current location, we're talking about the curvature of the river and all that, what kind of project?
Okay, on the Morgantown Bridge, we got approval for an alternate, plan, which we had not had previously. We were at, Robin and Robin to get us some money.
Yeah, 1.5.
And so,
Yeah.
we.
I'm saying, I guess I'm asking if the river's.
No, the river's still, the bridge is gonna stay where it is, it's gonna be dug out, it's gonna be a new bridge. It's gonna have less of a turn there. We're just not going in and redoing the whole road and straightening it out and moving
The
the
straightening one away.
The straightening one way, we're not doing any of that.
Just one bridge?
It's gonna be one bridge, it's gonna go back where it was, and we got approval from MDOT and everybody else, where we did not previously have that permission to do that. But they did give us that permission to do it. And so, we're able to move forward and build them a bridge with the funds we have available.
We had some strong local support for them to change their minds about how they would address this.
Yes.
We got it done, right?
It all transpired. So we have the funding to move forward with the bridge.
All in favor of canceling the SAB? Motion carries unanimously. Now, we will need a motion to acknowledge that letter from our county. Motion by Supervisor Carver, second by Supervisor Little. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, next on the agenda, we've got a request from Ms. Porter, for Verizon Wireless. And they're wanting to do some work on the tower. This tower is located out in the county. And she just needs something from the board saying that at this time, we do not have any zoning or code ordinances.
But don't we need to put in that letter, but, because it says that, it's gonna stay the same height and stuff. Ask them to please leave the same height and the way it is. To have a new,
With the, exception that nothing changes. Motion, we need a motion. Supervisor Little, second by Supervisor Williams. In discussion, all in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we've got a letter that was sent to us from the mayor and the board of aldermen. This is dealing with that STAG grant, that the county was the original lead entity, but they're asking us to submit a letter that states that we're in agreement with them being the lead entity. That will mean that we will no longer have to do anything pertaining to that grant. They will handle all the paperwork and all the legwork on this grant.
Motion for approval?
Been motioned by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Little. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, next we got the engagement letter to develop the RFP, to start the process of developing the RFP from Raymond James.
Make a motion, we accept the engagement letter.
Motion by Supervisor Trainer, second by Supervisor Little. Any discussion?
Oh, so we're gonna pay them this initial advisory fee and then a monthly fee until as many months as it takes?
well, it shouldn't take too long, cause they've done it before. We just gotta get our input in.
It's 15,000 a month.
Yes, sir,
That's
it's
what I'm saying.
25 initially, and then 15, and this would all come out at the sale, potential sale, and paid then, or is it paid out and then?
Well, it's a percentage fee of the whole thing, but all of those expenses will be backed out. Then you'll, whatever backed out of it, when it's been stated, I think it's like a 2 point something transaction fee, for the entire transaction.
Yeah, that's what they had presented us before we ever engaged with them to do it. It's the same terminology.
Y'all comfortable with this?
Some of this will have to be paid initially.
Well, some of it will have to be paid upfront. Some of it will be billed monthly, so I think it's billed on some of it monthly. But now, if somehow or another we don't go through with a sale, or some other little hiccup comes up, then of course, yeah, the time will be broken.
So I think it's important that we expedite the process, and when you're looking at, not gonna drag it out 7 months, it can be done in 3.
Well, I'm just saying, why don't we figure out time to get together, email what we want in the RFP, back out.
We need to set
Give
that
it to
up.
them.
They already got it developed, you know, they don't need to give no heartburn about that, they got everything already laid
I
out.
think she's talking about,
Like
you know,
our
my
input.
original thing that I was ever presented was the minimum term. One of the reasons I started leaning toward the sale of the hospital is that we can, not like a real estate transaction, put it on the market. Minimum term says we can invest 5 million behavioral health, that keeps coming up from the gentleman. One is you wanna,
Yeah, but you know what?
employee retention.
But
I
the thing
guess
about it is, just let them develop and present us.
But we don't like the minimum term, they
No,
don't.
no, we don't need to do that, because if we do, we gonna get in there and mess it up. Just let them
What are we gonna mess up?
do what they do, because you gonna stack all this stuff involved in it,
But
that you
minimum
don't know
terms are
anything
written by
about.
the supervisors.
No, we don't have the capability to write no minimum
You can
terms.
say you wanna keep 90% of employees.
We don't, not at this point right now.
That's easy.
We don't wanna get into that discussion right now.
Well, our board attorney that was also sent this letter. We'll hear from him.
I talked to Raymond James and I talked to Butler Sterling, and I asked them what, now, oh gosh, this is gonna sound like a typical attorney. You both are right. You both are correct. They are wanting minimum terms, however, and he warned me about this to Supervisor Trainer's point, you don't wanna put so much in there that you, because keep in mind, this RFP will lead you into, you gotta stick with it. Whatever we put in there is minimum requirements. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't pick the person that, or the partner in this that is going to give you all of the things that you're wanting. But if you list that and that is a minimal requirement and no one puts that in there, in other words, if we don't get a bid from someone that says that you're gonna keep 90% of your employees, and I use that just as an example, then that RFP, or that request for proposal, that proposal itself will be thrown out because it does not meet the minimum requirement. I think that we have a certain amount of thought process that whatever comes in, we look at and we take the best of what we want. And that's not the way this works. If we put in that RFP too stringent, we may eliminate the proposals.
Is there an opportunity, if you make it too stringent between the time that the proposals are submitted and, okay, kind of like keywords in the HR system, if the system automatically throws them out, because we say, I'm totally not against I'm against 100% employee retention. Let's say whatever number it is, and that company, that keyword system says, we're gonna only keep 80. Well, then we don't even get an opportunity to look at that RFP, or we still be able to get an RFP to look at it and
We
make a
can look at
negotiation?
it, we just can't accept it.
Really?
Because
Legally?
it's legally, we have put a minimum
Right.
of what we can do. Yes, ma'am.
Well, no, I get what you're saying. My only concern through the whole process is, I want some assurances, even if it scares some people off, that whoever gets the hospital is gonna lay roots here. And that is their intent, to stay here, have it open with, expanded services here in Oktibbeha County. That we will have, that is their intent. It's not their intent to sell it off, that the intent is to lay roots here.
I think
and
that is
become
an
a
excellent,
partner
I think that is an
with our
excellent portion of the
community.
RFP process that we can plug in. Just so y'all are aware, and I get some, y'all probably know this is as much for the cameras as it is anybody. There are groups out there that go and purchase hospitals like this, that go and get them at a discounted, however, at a higher amount than maybe someone that would stick with us for duration. They would give you higher amount, and then eventually they would put this back up for sale in 5 years. There are those groups out there that are probably interested in the hospital. What I'm hearing, the bulk of you have told me this, that y'all are not interested in that. You're wanting a partner for the life of the hospital, whatever that looks like. I think that is a part of the RFP that y'all could definitely plug in as a partner for extended period of time. What I would suggest being careful about is, to Supervisor Trainer's point, is to not put something so stringent that they cannot operate and be successful, because we don't want to put them in the same position maybe that we were in. That being said, you both are correct. I do think that we need to come up with some qualifications and sit down and talk. Raymond James is wanting to come in and sit with us and have this conversation. However, the longer it takes us to do this, the more money we're gonna pay them out for the course of the period of time that it takes to do it.
Like our board attorney said, there are some statutes that's required as they develop this. but I do know in conversations with them, they are planning on engaging the board.
Whatever's the industry standard, I'm like,
Have
100%,
conversation.
100% gonna cut, knock out, I understand that much, and there's gotta be some industry, and I guess we're ready for that meeting with whatever they rep, you know, whatever
They're
they
trying to get
represent.
it together, and I actually talked to them last week, and they've got some dates that they've talked about, but they haven't locked
Well,
it in yet.
we want some dates like this
Need
month.
to be moving this thing, if it's $15,000
I mean, I'm
a month,
serious.
What's y'all thoughts about the hospital trustees told y'all they want input? Didn't they tell us that?
Let them do it.
Tell us that.
Let them do it.
So how much input you gonna let them have?
Hey.
Well, actually, it's just advising the committee, they don't have, it's
Well,
like
no,
tree board.
you said input.
I didn't ask for input on myself.
Well, but I'm just saying.
I understand that one line, that letter said we.
I don't think Raymond James is gonna go together, go off and put an RFP and say, here. With my conversations with them, they have indicated that they want some engagement from the board. That's their plan, is to get some input from this board, and maybe even a few people around the community. But they are the professionals.
Let me ask this though, who's the professional?
I said they are the
Raymond
professionals.
Oh, I think that's trustees.
Oh, no.
No, it's like the planning and zoning, see, they are not, we had to, early on with planning and zoning, realize that's an advisory committee. I don't even know if the trustees are paid a penny, I don't think they are.
Well, they get some type of credit.
Most of them don't have a medical background, so I'm gonna understand them, I understand the political dynamics, but at the end of the day, this board is.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We know.
do we need to meet with them? 100%, we need to sit down and have, I totally for that. But if they all say, we all of a sudden now think we need to do 100% employee retention, that's your advice, we can decide. I think we'll lean to what you said, whatever the industry standard is.
They not doing that now.
You know what I mean? Do we need to meet with them?
Well, I tell anybody that call me, yeah, we're gonna take advantage of this input.
I think that everybody be given an opportunity to work, especially nurses and doctors. We always need nurses and doctors regardless to who is gonna be a partner with us. But will they keep everybody? That's the question.
Raymond James, this is not their first RFP that they put together. And we'll have to trust that they will be working and putting together RFP that's not gonna be so stringent but it's gonna take in consideration some of the things that we.
I think that now that the ball's moved forward, I think if we meet with doctors, especially, they're calling me now, they're singing a different tune. That night we voted for that, they all came up, great job, it needed to happen. Why didn't y'all say all that for the last? You know what I'm saying? Why do you get doctors to be a little bit more honest this time, because we want to meet with them too. Absolutely. Because they're now telling us whole other side of the story. I know, why do y'all say this?
I do want to nurses too.
Nurses too.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
It's an open meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. But, like I said, Raymond James, they've done this before, and they'll lead us, I feel like they'll lead us professionally. And, I think they'll say, wait, we probably going a little bit overboard. So, first we've got to, Butler Snow, first we got to agree to engage them. That's what we want.
Did we make a motion on that?
We've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, MSU contacted me, and their original appointee, Mr. J.D. Hardy, is no longer employed with MSU. So they're asking us if we will appoint Saunders Ramsey for that appointment on the Golden Triangle Solid Waste.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Carver, second by Supervisor Little. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Is there? Oh, yeah. We've been in discussion with, Mr. Rook over at Circuit Court, Judge Turner over at County Court, and they both agreed, that, and I tell you what, I'm gonna let Ms. Deanna call you and talk to you all about this, because this conversation was both of us were involved in it. But the gist of this is, they both agreed that they think things might work a little better if we separate the two and take county court from underneath circuit court, and let county court be completely in charge of their own budget, and things. Circuit court, Mr. Rook has agreed that he's in favor of doing that. The only thing that will need to take place through this budget year, because it's already been budgeted, is they would have to share the clerks. And at the end of this budget year, then they have to sit down and make a determination on hiring their own clerks. Ms. Collier, is that?
When county court was initially created, it was put under circuit court. Tony Rook said that they do not have to be under circuit. Judge Turner also said the same thing. I guess this was something very new to us, and it was just assumed that, you know, it has to be ran under the circuit clerk. However, we came to get some information, more educated on something new that we have, and it does not have to be ran by a circuit clerk, but the judge could be over that department, which would include county court and juvenile court. So we met with both. They were in agreement that Judge Turner will be over juvenile court and county court as far as budgeting and doing requisitions and things like that, hiring. At this time, she has to go through circuit clerk to paperwork, order anything, things that they need, new hires, etc. The only thing at this point, that there are 3 deputies that is funded under county court, that is utilized in both circuit and county court. They did agree that they would share those 3 deputies for the remainder of this year, because that's what was budgeted for, and then re-evaluate it with the next budget. But they would like to not be under this.
What's causing the separation?
What's causing it?
A lot.
That's the way it was originally put in place. There is some statute that says it doesn't have to be that way. I think one concern that Judge Turner had was not being fully aware of her budget and what was being spent and things of that nature. And she just was thinking that would give her a little bit better control of the things, running her court, being more aware of her budget and things of that nature. Again, Mr. Rook has stated that he's in favor of it. It doesn't have to be like it originally was organized, and so he's in favor of doing that. And it's just, I think it'd just be a little cleaner operation.
It works the way it is now, right?
Apparently they just seem to think that it might work a little better. Yeah.
But you're gonna have to budget for 3 more
No, actually, the county court has 3 courts. She says she needs 2. So that means when she does her budget, she'll need those 2 deputy clerks. And then circuit, now that the 3 positions were budgeted under county court. So there are 3 deputy clerk positions under county court. Judge Turner did say that 2 would be sufficient for county court to operate, which would leave circuit court with that.
Will they meet on the same days at all?
They will not interact at all. So
they never operate on the same days, on the same Mondays or Tuesdays?
The clerks? You're talking about the court?
Yeah, the actual
one is gonna be in this building. I forget where I'm at. The one is gonna be in this building, the other is gonna be in the other building. The only interaction that we're probably gonna have, and this is gonna have to be flushed out a little bit better, the files have got to be kept over in Tony's office. That's just reality. some of this is gonna have to be figured out. It's the best way I know how to say it.
Talking about transport files and storage
I
locations?
don't know that transport files is a great idea, but yes, you are correct.
Move approval?
Motion by Supervisor Carl, second.
Sir.
By Supervisor Trainer,
And I just wanna add one thing, just because this, this has come up, but that, I don't know any way to say it delicately, but whoever, or whichever one exceeds their budget or doesn't exceed or whatever, they gotta figure that out. There's no, I mean,
And this may actually help that.
Yeah,
This
that'll
may
help
actually
them.
get us to
It
a
will.
point where we're able to,
you know, that there's no
There'll be
coming back
control,
going,
there'll be control of
I
our
need
expenses.
1,000 out.
Since they're housed here, is when they split in the next budget year, she don't have any room for the files.
I don't think any files are gonna come over here. I don't see that happening. The files are gonna have to stay over there.
That's still.
Let's just go ahead and get the budget itself fixed. We'll figure that part out. I wish we had a better scenario with a lot of room. We don't, so.
We just want both parties to know, you got your money.
I think that from
And
Judge
it's all
Turner's
right,
standpoint,
yeah.
she feels like she can control that budget better and be more efficient with what she's trying to accomplish.
That's really understandable.
Yeah, and that's what, I don't have a problem with any of it, I just wanna make sure that everybody knows that.
The budget is what the budget is.
The budget is the budget.
and yeah, they're fully aware if you overrun your budget, you just out, I mean, so. But any other discussion? All in favor? Motion carries unanimous. Which one was the other?
My money.
Okay. Everything is in order for the bond that the county agreed to move forward with. And, the bond amount that has been deposited into the bank is $10,170,068.
$10,151,680.
Yeah.
$700, but there was a $20 service fee, so $680.
Okay.
Mr. President.
10 million.
$151,700.
I think you're good employee in the court.
Okay.
That's her lab.
We need to determine how we want to allocate the money per district.
I'd like to make a suggestion. I know Mr. Carver was talking, Supervisor Carver was talking about a process the city, he alluded to a process the city used. And I think that's something that we may wanna consider with the county before we spend, maybe before we even spend $1. Let's look at getting someone to maybe come in and just assess our road system. And just give us some type of data-driven information so we can make decisions, I guess, based upon data that's accurate. And I think they utilize a group out of, I wanna say maybe out of Memphis, some type of group that did that study. And they kinda give them a
They have
plan.
an engineer.
Well, they have an engineer, but they use another outside consultant to do that. And I know we all wanna try to spend and do what we wanna do, but the bottom line is we don't have all that we wanna do, we don't have enough money to do all we wanna do. But I guess what we can agree upon, we wanna utilize what we do have to the best of our ability. So,
I had a problem with that. It worked well in the past that we separated those funds equally and carried out our own project, and it worked well. Everybody made decisions that they could stand behind and they felt good about. And then the citizens that we serve have stood and approved those projects that we thought was beneficial to our particular district. I had no complaints from what has been done in the past, so I don't see a need to hire additional person, first of all, to do something that really we can do ourselves.
You said each supervisor gets 2 million.
Yeah, each supervisor get 2 million, and that's discretionary spending. I think we all make good decisions that are beneficial to our district, and that's what our constituents expect. They expect us to serve them and serve them well,
So what you're saying is you're thinking that the public is satisfied with the way we're doing infrastructure assessments and infrastructure implementation, I think.
Well, they understand that we're doing the very best we can with the amount of funds that we have available. And the funds are not gonna be an additional money. The funds are gonna be the same. We're gonna do.
This is additional.
We're gonna do equal. No, this is not additional. This is additional money. I'm saying the funds to 10 million is not gonna grow.
Yeah, but it's additional money.
It's not gonna grow regardless of whether we hire someone to tell us what to do with it or not.
Well,
I don't think it's necessary myself. I'm not gonna vote for it. I'm straight up.
I'm gonna be in agreement, with Supervisor Williams, and the reason being is this. Yeah, we can bring a consultant in here and pay them a bunch of money to try and tell us where we need to spend money in Octavia County. But I don't think there's a person out there can tell me more about District 3 and where I need to do projects than that. I don't think there's a person out there that knows as much as I know about District 3 and what needs to take place. I think in the past, we've gotten our money, we've been very efficient with spending that money in our districts. But I think we've been very good at identifying the most important places that we need to address first with that funding. So my recommendation is gonna be that, District 1, the only money that has been allocated to District 1 thus far is his 4-year road plan money. He hadn't gotten any state aid money, any ARPA money, and so right now, there's $151,000 beyond 2 million per district. So at this point, my recommendation would be to give District 1 $2,151,071, and the other districts get 2 million each.
Is that
I would
motion?
go.
Is that a motion?
Let me get finished. I would go even further to say, on several occasions, our state aid engineer and county engineer has indicated that we might receive some funds that we can take back from state aid, because we may get some emergency road and bridge money. And if that's the case, I'm gonna go even further to say that District 1 will be privy, the first district privy to get some of that allocation. Because at this point, as I've stated, District 1 is way behind the other districts as far as funding that has been allocated to District 1. So my recommendation right now would be 2 million for 3, 2 million for 4, 2 million for 5, 2 million for 2, $2,151,071 for 1. That's my motion.
With the additional state aid.
But we haven't got it yet, so we.
Right, when that takes place, you would be privy.
If that's a motion, I'm gonna second it.
Okay, it's been moved and second, that we split the money, 2 million per district except for District 1, at $2,100,000.
You just say the remaining balance.
The remaining balance, but let me go ahead and give the numbers. $2,151,071 be allocated to District 1. Any discussion?
What are all the other counties, if I'm sitting at 151,000, what are all the other counties sitting at? Available monies for this 4-year term?
You said other counties or districts?
I mean, what's that, other districts?
Oh.
No, I said 2,100,000.
No, I'm saying, for the allocated for the next 4 years, stuff I can spend, what does all the other districts have? If I'm the least, do you have the numbers for the rest of the districts?
I got the
Oh, you
same
mean
amount.
that's
I got the
been-
same amount as.
You got some additional monies,
No.
you're sitting on that too?
Same amount that you have. That was a carryover, those funds were carryover from the last term.
It still has it.
From the last term.
So it's
Go ahead,
just
up.
total
You
pot.
spent yours.
No, you
spent yours.
You got money for Oxford.
You
Everybody
also
gets
spent
it.
yours.
But the best way to clear it is, the best way to clear it is, get someone in here, and y'all do it. Get someone in here to do a study. And you use me for example. Use me for example. Since I've been on this board, I've been here 24 years. And you get someone coming here and do a study for each and every one of us, if you really want to know exactly. And I'm talking about not just county money, I'm talking about all funds.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm talking about all, state allocation.
All funds.
And federal allocation.
Bridge.
I don't dispute that. Again, I'm gonna go back to my original statement. There's nobody out there knows more about District 3 than I do.
Well, I understand that.
Regardless
But
of
see,
what
here's what y'all, but see, none of these districts are the same. We got different road mileages in our district. And we got different dynamics in the district. Even before you got on District 3, you wasn't getting the same allocation until me and George got that done back when Cecil was here. And the reason why we did it, you know why we did it? Because that was the only way we were gonna get more money out
Right,
of it.
and that's exactly.
And so I don't have a problem with that.
Does it matter about the percentage of tax base paid in by district?
Well, you can consider any kind of
road
arrangement you want to. I mean, you know, basically on whatever the majority.
So I'm not
gonna argue.
I would say what you're saying is, I see both sides, but I would say that at the end of the day, it falls on supervised shoulders, so we don't need to pay a bunch of it. I don't think we need to get into absorbent consultant fees, but I think that part-time county engineer, if we hire that person better become an expert in 2 years, and that's where you can, with Richard engineering, you can draw some of the services on something we can do in-house that can save us some money and pay for that salary, and so, I don't know, if there's a motion on that.
Yeah, there's a motion and a second already out there. And you know, this, nothing is concrete. All you need is 3 votes to undo what you've done and rediscuss it at any point. But right now, that's the motion, that's out there.
Can I get some kind of, numbers of what each district's got to spend? I mean, on top of this motion.
Well, if what you're alluding to, what has been allocated per district for this 4-year term, I don't have it in front of me. I mean, $2.5 million were allocated of state aid money, was allocated for Moorhire and Crawford Road. So that's
What
2.5 million. That's 5 and 2.
5 and 2.
So there's, I mean, if you, well, I mean, what he's asking is, again, that's why I made the motion like I did. The only money that has been allocated to District 1 as of right now for this 4 years is the $530-some-thousand. There's been District 3 got $600,000 for the slurry seal, and then I think it was what, $700,000 of the ARPA fund. So that's already been. District 2 and 5 has probably a little over $3 million already been allocated. For the state aid project. How much? 2.6 because he moved $600,000 back from Morgantown Bridge back over on there. So it's besides what has already been spent. So I'm saying, all I'm saying is arguing the particulars is not worth. All I'm saying is he's a couple of $1 million, at least $1 million.
If everybody get the same amount other than $150,000, it still ain't catching me up with everybody. I just think, you know.
And that's why I say
get some additional state aid funds.
Well, that's why I say
we can consider moving some state aid funds over.
I had that bond
over
money,
to
you
you.
really did.
Right.
You
That's
had
what
the same amount of money. You just hadn't had the opportunity to spend it.
Well, he didn't have the 2.5, almost $3 million of state aid money. That was, you didn't either. And that's why I said that the other districts has had money spent already. That's why you would be privy to if any money is able to be moved from state aid.
But what about maybe I'm just thinking too. I'm thinking about all the money we still. It's been here too long. I'm thinking about Maven Sturgis. Didn't they get $1 million and something?
That was heated. John.
That doesn't make no difference.
I
That's still in
said-
District One. District One is bigger than the supervisor.
Yeah.
That's in district.
Is that off
Yeah.
federal money, the baby sturgis came
No,
off?
that came off of,
State,
state, and all.
They come on off.
some of the ARPA, some of the state,
A
some
million
of the
came
federal.
from off the federal.
Again, I could probably point to every district in here that has received,
So District One has gotten
state
some.
funding, federal funding, and I could say District Three has not.
Well, you know which way I'm finna go with that.
Well,
So you
go.
might well carry your motion.
Go.
So you know which way I'm finna go with that.
Go.
Because we got a project that we just had a public hearing on.
Absolutely.
And you know which way we finna go on that.
You know what?
And so what I'm saying is that let's, if we wanna call it for whatever it is, regardless of where it is what it is.
Well, we had a public hearing, but we still, we ain't got no money.
We got the money.
We got some.
Was it your bear that you?
We got the money.
Uh,
I mean, I don't think
But-
we
but
didn't come this far on faith alone, we got some money.
well,
I would like to, while we're,
Yeah.
this is a good place for us to talk about money in general. Listen, I do think that we need to be thinking about a large project and pick some areas that we're asking the state and the feds to help us with. While you're thinking about your projects, we could use some of this seed money, however you guys do it. And I will not be getting in the middle of the politics of that. However, we do have some state and federal money that we're gonna be asking. I want y'all to be thinking about the big project that you want for your districts and trying to figure out what that dynamic looks like and how you might need to seed that money with maybe some state money or whatever. So just be thinking about that as you're trying to figure this out, because I know this is a big puzzle piece.
I've got Maiden Bell Road, my state aid road, that I actually think was in worse shape than the Mohawk Crawford Road. If that's the criteria, and you mentioned using that criteria one time, but we didn't use it.
Well, I
So
mean-
what I'm saying is, I've got projects that right now, I'm ready to be done, I just need funding. I've partnered with the city on a couple of projects that needs to be done because they're in the county. But waiting on an assessment, I've got projects I need to get
Well,
rolling
no,
right now.
it's not necessarily
Funding.
necessary, but here's the big, here's the challenge. You know, people come to me all the time and ask me, you know, when can we get this done? When can we expect done? There's no way I can tell them that based upon, with the resources we got, based upon the approach we use. Basically, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to work where we are and get it in wherever I can.
Well, you know, it falls on your shoulder what you wanna.
But now, what I'm saying is, but I think we owe it to the citizens, I think, to come up with a method that can be applied wherever in this county. And then you develop, like y'all own Victor about what, a list, right? Victor can't put that, that's why we ain't got it. Why you think we ain't got that list?
Why?
Because it's difficult to put together.
And it rolls around.
And then we put that list together, you gonna wanna pin them on the wall.
Supervisor training, now you know as well as
Yeah.
I know, if you do an assessment and they say for the next 6 years, you need to spend money in just 3 of those districts, those 2 districts that don't get money spent in, you out off. You know as well as
But
I
the
know.
reason why they didn't get it, the money.
You know it,
Because the need
that's
wasn't there.
just
Because the need
that's
wasn't
just
there.
true now.
Because
That's
the
just
need-
true.
the need-
Yeah,
what I'm saying
but
is-
don't do nothing in your district for this next 4 years.
But Mark, we're not saying that. We're saying you evaluate it, you get your public input in it, and you let the public decide. And
Well,
you
I can take the heat.
I
can take the heat.
I mean, I'm taking the heat. I've been
might
taking
wanna
it for 24 years.
keep
I've been
in
taking it.
consideration.
I'm just trying to come up with something else.
Keep in consideration, we only have 3 years left to spend $2 million. And that's not as easy as you think it is. Spending $2 million in 3 years' time. So you got a lot of work to do to be able to spend $2 million. So, ain't no need to try to get an additional money, but you're trying to figure out how you can spend that bit.
Okay. I see both points very well, because I do, think, what if we if we did our own evaluations of our own districts, and like our 4-year road plans are supposed to be, but we had an expert coming in, and then that way, I guess what I'm trying to say is that would be a baby step, in my opinion, like if I wanted to spend some of my money on having
The
somebody
engineering
come
fee
in.
would come out of your own pie.
Yeah, then where I had somebody come in
Come out of your own
and,
pie.
Yeah, we
and
can do that.
evaluate
Yeah,
what
we
I
can
did,
do
just
that.
like everybody,
We can do that.
you know,
Well,
at
and
least
that
with
was-
that
that was-
every, and if everybody agreed to get their own, or their own district evaluation, or we pay that little,
Now,
we
that was gonna
pay
be my
a fifth of our,
recommendation.
you know, get the whole county done, but everybody pay a fifth out of it. But
Everybody that
you
wanted
get your
to
own
come.
money to do, you know, to rank your own stuff with, but we have an assessment done of the entire county and which roads are bad, and they can even label them, like this is the worst, this and that, and maybe we can ask for extra funding, like whatever roads are the worst, or whatever it is, maybe we can start searching for, you know, if we didn't have the money, you know, set them aside. I'm just trying to say, if we could at least come together with some steps to where everybody knows what everything is, but everybody still can control, you know, your money or whatever, but at least we'll know as a whole what everybody's needs are.
Well, we're gonna know that anyway. Once we do our 4-year road plan, everybody's gonna know what we're gonna spend money on, what roads we're gonna do.
But what I'm saying is, once we have the 4 year, even if it's that little hundred and whatever thousand, you know, left, if we used it, you know, and everybody had the two, we have the whole county assessed. And even though we may not agree, we're gonna do one big project, everybody can have their
Have their
projects,
districts
their
assessed.
districts assessed, and we can figure out which roads are the worst. And we have our 4 or 5 year road plan.
Well, and the reason why I suggest that, because that's the premise of the unit system. Now, and we've been accused of that before, because at the end of the day, you know, we all want to do our own thing. But the premise of the unit system is combine resources and spend it where you think the needs are, based upon the board's perspective. And I know we ain't gonna need to go down that track no more, but that was just an idea.
Well, maybe.
And I agree, I understand.
I mean, it's good to have that document in place, but honestly, I can assess District 3 and I can tell you exactly.
Oh, I mean, and I know you can with your background, especially, you know, in building and stuff, and you know, and everybody can, but I was just saying, that way, if we didn't have it, we would know unequivocally from a third party that was not, have any, you know.
And I think it would make the public think that, because see, a lot of times, you know, people ask you, well, what's the criteria? I said, well, I hate to be honest, but the criteria is it varies between whose district you're in. As far as road projects.
I think that's something you gotta determine as a board at the start of the term, and if that's something like next term, we're gonna sit here and say, hey, first meeting is we're gonna, you know, use this formula, and we're gonna have the county engineer go and assess every road, and kinda into the ballgame now, but I think I'm gonna call the question and just.
Let's move forward with what we.
Yeah, we got a motion.
on the table, and I think that's a good motion, so.
Y'all still coming out great, I mean, it's only $150,000 difference, you're coming out great on that motion, everybody is, except for me now.
And that's a good idea, supervisor training, but we well into the first year of this term, we gotta get some projects done.
Well, I don't wanna delay the project.
We have 3 years to do this project, 3 years to spend $2 million, that's not easy.
We don't have the whole year, each year either, it's just a portion of the year that you have. But it's been motioned and second to go 2 million for 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, 2 through 5. And, thank you, Dee. The extra 151,071 go to District 1. All in favor?
I mean, you gonna put an amendment with any additional state aid?
Yeah, we can put in an amendment, with the amendment that District 1 has first, priority, if there's any money that's able to be reallocated from state aid. It's been moved, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously. So Dee, you gotta put them in the bank account so we can start spending some money.
About the administrative position.
Okay, all right, yeah. Last item, we've got applications for our, county administrator, and I've talked to Supervisor Trainer this morning, just trying to recollect how we've done this in the past. And I think what we did was let each supervisor turn in their top 3 names, and then after all of that's together, then we identify the top 3 vote getters. is who will.
Can we do that right now?
If everybody is ready, or.
No, I'm not ready. What's the problem? We only have 7 applicants.
Six.
And maybe
Six.
6.
Six.
I think
Is it
it was
seven?
7.
Is it?
We got 7.
Okay, 7 of them.
7 applicants.
Supervisor Carter's missing, we discussed that, and someone told me 7, but I only had 6, so someone had 7. I remember.
But, what's wrong with interviewing all 6 or 7?
Some are qualified.
There's not a whole lot of applicants to interview. So, I think we should get a good feel on all 6 of them. This is a big decision to make, and I'd like to at least, sit down and talk to each one of them.
I'm for whichever way the board wanna do it, I'm
I am disappointed that we didn't have any county employees to apply, that are current county employees, because I hear a lot about people wanting more opportunity and more this and more that. This was at the top of the food chain with the county, and we didn't have any current county employees to apply. We do have some that are former county employees that applied, and but that's just the lay of the land right now, so I don't have a problem with interviewing all or none.
I'm with whatever the majority would like to do.
I'm looking lean toward 3. I'll set this weekend and run through them. Some I just, didn't think they were at the top of the food chain. They're still at the very bottom. So, I mean, that could get, whatever y'all want to do. I'll make a motion to submit a top 3 names right now and then go with the top.
Okay,
I don't think you had to do it. You said you weren't ready.
I've looked at them, but I'm not ready to, make a recommendation for 3. I do have a motion on the table for interviewing all 7 of them. Then I guess we should call.
Okay, it's been motion
Second.
by Supervisor Williams, second by Supervisor Trainer, that we interview the 7 applicants. Any discussion? All in favor? You had discussion?
Well, I was just gonna say, I don't mind interviewing all everybody, but is that gonna be really fair? Just I know that we already know, when, you know what I'm saying? Taking up their time.
I understand what you're saying. I don't know if we say that somebody doesn't have a chance, just being somewhat careful.
If we travel down this road too far about specifics on how we approach it, I would ask that we go into executive session, because some of this, I will say this, if I were the one that was not picked to be interviewed after the conversation we've had, that wouldn't be very.
We have a motion on the table, let's just do that.
Well, since we got resumes, can we, just issue all 7 of those interested persons an application for employment? And then come back with the information from the application of employment, and then determine whether we're going to go into the interview process, because the application of employment may eliminate something.
Yeah, cause I thought that whoever we went to interview.
That's actually,
Whoever we would interview.
because that may disqualify somebody at that point.
I mean, and I was just thinking, just like, so we would just go through the background check and all the references.
Every one of these are good, solid leads for this job. I think every one of them are.
Each one of them, they all college graduates, I believe.
Okay, so are we going to, with Supervisor Williams has a motion and a second, are we gonna withdraw that and go with Supervisor Training's suggestion? Just issue applications to all 7, and then make a decision on it?
He had to carry the motion.
Okay, well, it's been moved and second that, we interview all 7, all in favor?
I'm gonna say why I'm gonna support this. This is important why, because if we start doing application for employment, that's just buying more time. So I'm gonna support this under the assumption that I'm leaning heavily toward 3. Secondly, when we interview, like for the city, is this not a public meeting, correct? Because we have some individuals that don't want their names out that they're interviewing. So I would suggest that each supervisor sit this weekend and come up with 3 questions, and then we'll have some general questions from the board president or something.
And I was gonna say, listen, I've enjoyed working with the girl, but if we can move the process along, I would certainly appreciate it. Yeah. So that motion carries to interview all 7.
Can we do this next week?
Unanimous. It was unanimous. Now we need to go ahead and set a date.
And we need to go ahead and issue all of them, send them applications.
No application. That's 2 times.
We just need to set a date, interview date, and then send them the time frame for them to be here for the interview.
All right,
So, when do y'all wanna conduct the interview? 17th. What time? Starting what time?
9.
17th at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't think you need more than 30 minutes a person.
Yeah, that should be,
Use the building schedule.
October 17th at.
Starting at
9:30.
Is that gonna be our next board meeting, or we're just gonna do this?
That's not a
special?
Monday, that's,
Well, we can do 4 right now, anytime.
It's really gonna be a board meeting.
yeah. You can schedule that one as your recess meeting if you want to.
It just needs to be, it's an executive session or something. I mean, it's not, you don't normally video interviews.
What we will do as we prepare for the meeting, anything that can wait and be did so we don't have this carried out so long, we'll just do
We
that.
just do 20-minute blocks per person, 9, 20, 9, 40, 10, 10, 20. Is that enough time?
It's 20 and enough time, or 30.
Let's do 30.
We'll do 30. Okay, 30 minutes.
Maybe we can get them out
Most of the time, it doesn't take that long.
so is this a board, what is?
You need to just order, you need to order 1 through 7 and have them lined up, 9, 9:30, 10, 10:30.
Okay.
And, typically when we get them out for, you don't want to congregate, so if your time's at 10:30, we don't want, you need to be here till 10:25.
All right.
Now, if we're gonna do background checks on them before we interview them,
I know, 7 or 6, wouldn't worry about it at all.
What are we looking for?
I don't know, but I know that it's a big position, it's a big job.
I think we did that.
So, I mean, I would think that whoever we hire, the background check, it's a big job.
Need a background check.
I would say, at the end of these interviews, identify your number 1 and number 2, just in case something happens with the number 1. You can go ahead and do background checks on both of those if you like. That way you don't spend money on background check.
Just let it fly to a motion at the very end. Somebody's gonna make a motion to hire this person, and or do y'all rank, or do we rank the person? Meaning, what we used to do is 1 through 7, and you do your 1, 2, 3, and then you tally them, and then it gives you some starting discussion point. You know what I mean? If one person knows somebody and they want to get the job, they could make a motion, and it steers off versus I like ranking them with an interview 1 through 7 at the end. Take that gives you some pretty justifiable starting points.
That's how we've done in the past. I think the one that ended up with the highest score.
It's automatically gonna get the job, or does it have to?
Well, that's why we identified them, and then we discussed it. So, it'll have to be discussion all the way through the process.
So it's not, the ranking system is not finalized, the hierarchy. Okay.
Well, question, is there, and this is just throwing something out, is there a person that's in a county administrative position in Mississippi that we think, that we would like to go after?
I think you got
Already a city county
candidates in the
administrator.
pool that can do the job.
Yeah, but
Qualified people.
none of them have never been county administrators though.
There may have been things that even higher up the food chain.
None of them have never been county. Now, we got some got public policy background and financial background, but they've never served as a county administrator.
Somebody in particular that you looking at?
Well, I'm just saying, that if there's a person out there, I mean, whether it's in one of these other counties that's doing, you know, fairly well, and they've got a pretty good track record.
I just, you know,
But
you
haven't
advertise,
already
they didn't.
closed our,
Yeah.
haven't already closed the
Right, but if someone is doing good as a city county administrator, you know, why would they, cause we had that happen one time before, matter of fact, the guy that applied, he pulled out at the end because it was gonna be publicized, and he's still a county administrator.
Yeah, but you're gonna have somebody not with the assurance that they're gonna come here, so it was open, I guess, nationwide, that didn't apply, I don't know, then you're going after somebody versus they purposely didn't apply.
But I mean, just depending on what you wanna be, you wanna be defense offense, I mean, you know, you wanna be, because right now, like I said, none of them have never been a county administrator. So, if you get someone that's.
But neither was the last 2 or 3 county administrators.
And I'm saying that because whoever we get, they gonna have to be trained, and Deanna's gonna have to train.
Well, we have a contract with the PDD, so he could be responsible, training whoever.
May I speak, please? Okay. Yes, it very much well includes me, and over the last 2 months, it has been very heavy load, although I have voiced that I am the comptroller and not the administrator. Decisions were made that didn't take that into consideration, and it just automatically falls on the comptroller because I am the person that's next to the administrator. However, I feel that you will not be doing the county justice to get your comptroller to train your administrator and do comptroller duties at the same time. Then you're not getting expertise, or what are you looking for? If you're gonna hire someone that's never been an administrator, how am I gonna train them and I've never been an administrator? Right. And how am I gonna do comptroller at the beginning of a new fiscal year, ending another fiscal year, and train an administrator?
Correct.
That is too much.
How did the county administrators here that have never had any experience, how did they get their experience?
They were comptrollers who applied for county. So if I apply for administrative position, I have insight on what's going on with the county. That's why the comptroller name comes up to help. I mean, I don't mind assisting or helping, but to train the administrator, because the comptroller has that second-hand information that the previous or current administrator has.
Who was before Ms. Norman?
It was Emily Garrett.
Did she work her way through the system?
She did. She was the previous comptroller.
Don Post. He was the first.
We've always, that was he was the first administrator.
He was the first administrator.
Chancellor used to be the first.
Chancery clerk used to be the county administrator. So when Monica won the election, she didn't want the county administrator, so it went to the board of supervisors, and that's when Don Posey came in.
Tell the whole story, Sharon. Don't say that. Don and Monica was running for the same position.
Oh, yeah, well, that's right.
And when Monica beat Don, cause both of them did, when Monica beat Don, them fellas created a position for Don Post.
Now, I didn't mean it like that.
That's exactly, I know you didn't, but I didn't want to I just can't let that lay out there like that, that's what happened. They created a position for Don Post.
It is.
He was a good administrator.
Well, they created a position for Don Post. That's what it was.
How did he get his training? Was he already in the system?
Well, Don was just a businessman.
It can be done.
You know, I mean, you can learn it. You can learn it.
Well, back to this.
But it's always been a little cloud around that county administrator.
You all have.
There's always been a little cloud around that county administrator.
It has. It's still.
Yeah, we, listen, as we move forward through this, I do want the board, I want to echo what Ms. Collier just said. They've been great. They've been great. They've taken on loads of responsibility, kept this thing rolling. But I would not be prepared to ask her to continue to train. And I've been in that office for 2 months now. I know the load. I know the load she's been carrying along with the other girl. It is not gonna be fair to ask her to continue to carry this load and train somebody. She can't continue this load. I'm just telling you. So whomever we choose, they need to come in here. And now listen, not saying that they're not gonna assist us, because they still gotta learn how Oktibbeha County does things within that administrator's office. We need to bring somebody in, that can hit the ground running. I put it like that.
I still think you got 7 applicants, so we need to interview them, see if there's like some whole.
None of them know where the bathroom in the courthouse is.
Yeah, and like Supervisor Little mentioned, listen, Tony Green from PDD, who we're contracted with, he can help. He can definitely help. He comes with a wealth of knowledge. So we just need to move forward. If we need to extend, if we don't feel comfortable with after the interview, we need to extend. I got a little bit left, not much, but we need we need to move.
I wanna say thank you, but I mean, honestly, if you just step up and every time I come down here, you sit in your seat, and you don't have to do that. So I know you want to, I know you care about the county, but I just say friend to friend, thank you for doing that, cause I kinda just step back, people ask me, hey, how's that office run? I said, it's been running pretty good. I mean, he stepped up and done above and beyond what's called as your job duty, so again.
I appreciate that. I've done what I could. I felt like, there's tough decisions that's made in this job. A tough decision was made, so I just felt like, listen, I was involved in the decision making, so we can't look backwards. We gotta keep looking forward, and we gotta do what we need to do to keep the train rolling. And that's what I've done, again, with such tremendous help from the ladies in the office. That being said, we need to move forward in this process and try to get somebody in that seat.
We got an interview to got a motion to interview 7 on.
One more thing I would suggest to give them the application, because they have to sign it, which will agree that you do a background check. If you do not give them the application, you do not ask them for their permission to come.
Okay.
So we need to email them or mail them an application.
I mean, that's my suggestion, if that's what you want.
I mean, I think that's a good suggestion, that way they'll,
Motion that, what did we leave off at, making the 17th, okay, and along with making that the recess meeting. That way we don't have to meet again. Unless y'all want to meet again the next Monday. We'll make the 17th, the recess meeting, also the interview take place on the 17th.
We'll start interviewing at 9, and do the interviews first, and then the meeting.
We can, then after that, because, we'll do it that way.
and we'll just go into executive session.
All in favor? Motion
We
carried.
got a motion, nobody motioned.
Need a motion.
No, you made the motion.
I thought he did too.
I second.
Okay, I thought it was Carver training, but we'll make sure Carver training. All in favor? Motion carries. I think you just didn't write that one down. Okay. Is there anything else before we, you? Okay, is that something we need to take action on?
I don't know if you do or not. That's from J.W. Woods on the motor grader.
Is that a quote?
That's the, what it,
Check,
they
bro.
sold.
That's the check, bro.
Okay, we need to make a motion to accept the, yeah.
Doesn't have a minimum of.
Go ahead and open it up.
16.
He said that's the check that was greater sold in the auction, right?
That should be, go ahead on.
Well, wasn't there a
Go
minimum
go
of?
ahead. It was addressed to me and the board, so I wanted the board to open.
I've been bringing more than this interest rate. I want to go back and forth.
Well, I know you bring in more than that, but.
No, I'm just, a check for $181,530 from J.M. Wood Auction Company for, motor grader.
How many is sold?
1, 2, 3 Sandy
3.
motor graders.
They average,
Six-
between
average
65.
60,000.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's always good to get money back, but that's a good indicator why you don't buy cheap off-brand equipment, because the resale value on it is absolutely, and Supervisor Little has talked about that too. You might end up cheap in the beginning, but it's gonna be a lot cheaper in the
Cause
end.
I got one down there that's 20 years old, and it'll bring more than that right now.
A Caterpillar that will bring more than that right now.
Right now.
Absolutely.
And it's 20-something years old.
So, going forward, I really hope the board will consider buying within mind a resale value. on
Rather than,
equipment.
yeah.
So,
Said word Caterpillar around Victor, he just started smiling.
Huh? No, I just had to run to catch her.
well, we need a motion to accept, the check for the, payment on the motor grader. Motion by Supervisor Little, motion by Supervisor Carver. Who was the motion?
Carver.
Motion by Supervisor Carver, second by Supervisor Little. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Vic, you don't want that back, do you?
Yeah. No. I just joking.
We need a motion to adjourn. Oh, did we?
That's where you said the.
Okay, that's right. We
All
are
right,
now
y'all have a
adjourned.
great day. We'll see you later. We put in overtime.
I appreciate y'all.
Very well worth it. We gotta come back. Appreciate you, man. Yes, sir. Y'all work. Yes, sir.
I do.
Oh, let me get a- appreciate you, man.
All right.